Hello, everyone.
Howdy.
It's William and Andrew here at Allegory Gallery, and we are at home in our home office coming to you live. We were going to have, for all of you who were waiting for Total Request Live tonight, we were going to do that tonight, but we're not taking the night off. Obviously, we're here. We didn't take the day off necessarily, but it's cold. And we decided to stay in and do things from home today. I was up at the cottage. I checked on the pellet stove and all that and did that and did a few things up there. But it is not the day for it. And we're both still a little worn out from all the excitement, getting ready for our show, having the show last weekend, continuing right into this week. So we decided to lay low a little bit. Andrew had meetings today and all that. But we're laying low a little bit, and we're going to do another day of kits. We had a lot of fun doing the kits with you all last night. And Suzanne says, hello, everyone. Says, hug the cats. That's what we've been doing. Hugging on cats today, doing some things from the house, and just trying to stay warm. It is cold for us. It's like 20-some degrees, low 20s, and it's been like that most of today. So it is one of those days where we just said, you know what? We need this. So, hello, Norma. Thanks for joining us again. So we're going to make some kits on the fly again for you. I brought stuff from the cottage. I have a big bag of stuff that I dropped at Andrew's feet.
He's like, here.
He's like, here you go. And so I don't even know what all's in that bag. There's a lot of stuff. I brought some loose gemstones. I brought some strands. I brought some checked glass. I brought some old kits to remix. I brought some luxury bead blends that were getting low. And so we'll see what Andrew comes up with today. And who knows? Who knows what we're going to get? But we're going to put dang good prices on them again like we did yesterday.
I think people liked it.
I think people liked it. We had a good number of people claiming stuff. And I think these are fun to make with. And I'm hoping Anne, I don't know if Anne has joined us yet, but Anne showed, we were talking with her last night about how she used to purchase these lots from the Andrew Thornton Project D-Stash group. And whenever she got them, she would try to use them in their entirety to make something with it. And so I'm hoping that maybe we could do something like that. Once these get out to you and into your hands, that maybe we'll have a night where we'll kind of ask you to launch something that you made with one of these new kits. I think that would be fun. Or maybe we'll have a creative make-along where we work with one of these new kits and see what y'all come up with and what we come up with from something that hasn't sold, if there's anything left. There still is from last night. So if you didn't watch last night's, check it out. But yeah, I think these are fun. I had fun last night. I don't know, Andrew, he was doing a lot of the work, but I think he had fun too. And he's like, and we'll see how much fun he has tonight. I brought him lots of stuff, maybe too many things. Sometimes I go overboard. I'm like that. Anytime he asks me to get something at the store, if he doesn't tell me exactly what he wants, I often come home with too much. And that's my anxiety that takes over when somebody asks me like, oh, give me some cookies. And I'm like, or you say even more big, give me some sweets. And then I'm like,
and then the whole department.
The whole sweets department comes home with me because I'm like, well, I didn't know if you wanted cookies or if you wanted cakes or if you wanted like baked goods. What kind of fudge brownies? Like what kind of sweets were candy? Did you want the sugar candy? It's very dangerous to be vague with me when you're asking me to bring you something. I'm not good at that. It's my anxiety that wants to please you but isn't sure if it's going to, and I don't want you to be like upset with what I brought you, so I bring you everything. I don't know if any of you are like that or not. So if you want something, the best thing to do is tell me exactly what you want, and then I can try to do that. But that's what I do sometimes, and I brought him a whole big bag of stuff because I wanted him to have a lot to work with. I know we have a lot here even in the office, but there's a lot here that isn't kind of ready to go. And so these kind of things, these are some old lots we've been through. These are some things that are already kind of categorized in a way.
There's stuff here that I haven't seen in a long time.
In those lots?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are
So if you missed it that one time.
If you missed it that one time, right? It's going to be in a kit maybe today. So if you're out there, please say hi. This is just going to be an easy kind of day. I am in no mood to be like super high energy. I'm trying to stay calm today and relaxed and, not try to overexert myself. I saw someone, somebody we know from town in the store today, and and this person is going through some health issues. They just started chemo again, and then they looked at me and they said, "Boy, you look tired." And you know, I when somebody who's going through that tells you you look tired, you know you look tired. So I'm low key energy today, just staying calm.
That's nice of you.
That's nice.
Because I've been like, well, you look like dogs.
No, you don't talk to somebody who's good. They can say what they want, whatever, right?
No,
But the thing is I knew he was right. I knew he was right. I look tired. I know that. And he also caught me off guard because what's that?
That's not a free pass.
That's not a free pass. It's also, the other thing is I was kind of zoned out because I was looking at the aisle. I was in the vitamin aisle looking for a specific vitamin, and you gotta look because sometimes like there's a lot. And for me in my brain, like I have to really, it's hard for me to focus on an aisle. Like I'm one of those people, I will look at the aisle for 16 hours and not see the one thing that I'm looking for when it's like I'm standing in front of it.
That's true.
It is true. And that's my brain that doesn't actually allow me to like focus. I feel like I'm wasting too much time. I'm constantly telling myself, you're taking too much time to do this. You're taking too much.
Well, if you just look.
If I would just stop that and just look, it wouldn't take so much time. But that's the way I am.
And you won't see something right in front of him.
Yeah, I can totally not see something right in front of me. I was looking for something the other night in the store, and I went and asked the employee finally, and I hate doing that because I'm like, I always try to look for it for myself before I ask for help, and I look a long time. And then I finally asked them, and it was literally like right in front of me, down just a little bit, and I had looked over it like 18 times. But Andrew was in the car and I knew he'd be waiting for me and we had things to do, and so my brain was not able to focus on the actual aisle. It's weird.
Oh, you notice how I just got thrown under the bus.
That was not throwing you under the bus. He was not pushing me at all. But in my mind, Andrew was waiting and he was like antsy about it, and he wasn't. He didn't care. He was on his phone doing work. He had no need for me to hurry at all. But in my brain, that's how it is. And so today I was looking at vitamins, and this person walked by, and I barely recognized him. Because the last time I saw him, he had been sick and he had just recovered. He had been in recovery from cancer, and he was very thin, and he has gotten better and looks healthier, and I barely recognized him. And so I was like kind of like zoned out of it. But he told me I looked tired. So I'm like, I had to take that with a little grain of salt, but also knowing that I do probably look very tired. Suzanne says, will the current D-stash be up tonight? It will stay up tonight, yes. We were talking about doing Thursday night D-stashes. We're not going to start that yet. So this one will stay up. I was going to add more to it, and I still may possibly do that, but it depends how late we go tonight. Like I said, my energy is really low right now, so I don't know that I will. If we go like we went last night, by the time then we get ready to eat and all that, I generally have not had much energy to take pictures and add more. So I think I'm going to leave it where it is now, and then maybe sometime this weekend I will take it down and put new stuff up. we have to pick a day, and we used to do it on Thursday nights, and I don't know if that's going to be a Thursday night thing again, if we're going to bring that back, or if we're going to pick another day. We'll probably ask some people in the group what day they would prefer it. So we'll see. It might be good to do on Fridays because it's kind of a getting into the weekend thing, and people could stay up a little later. And I could also take pictures during the day at the store if I have time. So the D-Stash will stay up tonight. What's up there will stay up there. And it will probably come down before this weekend sometime, and then we'll start a new one maybe this weekend. We'll see. We'll see. But Suzanne's is starting the new year. Yeah, we're probably going to start in the new year definitely with a more timely, like a more timed D-Stash. We'll probably have a few before that. But I don't know. What day? What day for those of you who are in the D-Stash group? We used to do it Thursdays, but like I said, maybe Friday would be better. I'll take pictures Friday during the day at the store and be ready to do it Friday nights. But we'll see. We'll see.
So
Pam!
basically cancel all your weekend plans.
Cancel your weekend plans. We're going to hold you hostage here. No, but I think Friday night people could stay up a little bit later, like I said. I don't know. What do y'all think? Pam's here, says, hi, William. It's been a while since I've tuned in. Where have you been, Pam? Pamela? Do you prefer Pam or Pamela? You can, Pamela Cowdy. I thought you used to go by Pam, but I don't know. Your name comes up as Pamela here, so maybe I am mistaken. Hello, Anne. Thank you for joining us. Susan has joined us. Thank you for hanging out with us all.
Sounds like we've got a bunch of people watching.
Pam says Pam. We've got 16 people watching right now.
Okay.
That's a good start to the. Well, it just dropped to 14. As soon as I mention the number, I don't know. As soon as I mention the number changes. Not for the better, usually.
Is there anybody on Instagram?
No one's on Instagram yet. No one's on Instagram yet. So yeah, that's that's kind of what we're thinking. Hey, Michelle, I was wondering if we're going to see you here. How are you doing? We were all, I think you watched yesterday's video. You probably saw where we were all sending you good energy yesterday. I hope you're doing better. Are you out of the hospital? Pam says, Pam, I registered though as Pamela. That makes sense. Vicky says, I like Fridays. Anne says, I like Friday for D-Stash. That's good. Anne is listening on your way home. Oh, good. Thank you for listening, Anna. When do you get home? When are you getting home? Michelle's still in the hospital. You're watching from the hospital. At least they've got good Wi-Fi there. Our hospitals are not always that way. Suzanne says, Facebook has been wonky all week. It's been wonky for a lot of people. Mine, knock on wood.
It's because you're not on it.
I know. I was on a little bit today, and it was fine. I didn't have any issues. But Cheryl says, hi there, setting up my hubby's new S24 for his early present and trying to behave online today, but it's not working very well.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Well, that's the way of it, right? That's the way of it sometimes. S24, I don't know what... I'm so out of touch with... this is Samsung, right? Samsung line of products, whether that... What one that is. I used to know all those, too. But I don't anymore. Let's see here. I might be going home tomorrow, says Michelle. That's good. Anne says, I hope you get to go home tomorrow, Michelle. Fingers crossed that happens, Michelle, says Susan. Lennis is here. Hello, Lennis. Cheryl says, yeah, Samsung Galaxy. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's the phone, not the tablets, right? Yeah. I think if I ever left Apple, Samsung would probably be where I go. I think. Because people seem to really like their stuff, and it seems to be really good quality stuff. And they seem to support it for a fairly good amount of time. That's one thing I like about Apple products is they often support their operating systems for like 5 or 6 years, which is really nice. It means you're not outdated right away. I like to upgrade as early as I can, but it's also good to know that you have updates for 5 or 6 years at least. Michelle says, I use Galaxy. Nice. Oh, Norma says, hi, Ann, Susan, Pam, Michelle, Vicky, and Anna. Yes, thank you all. Thank you all. Lena says, love my Samsung. My SD card storage is huge. That's the one nice thing, right? You get that extra storage. iPhones and stuff can now use external storage, but not built-in SDs like the Samsungs do. But you can plug things into an iPhone now and kind of use them. You can store data on them at least. Pam says, I like Apple products. Me too. And our Apple stuff, we're both in Apple Landia over here, and things just work for us generally, usually. Things sync well, and when I sit down at my work computer, it has exactly the same stuff on it as the home computer and my phone and my tablet. Everything syncs. Don't have to worry about it or use any separate services, which is kind of nice. I like that. But there's pluses and minuses to both. I'm not one of those people that's like, you need to use Apple. It would be best for you. I am one of those people that says that if you want me to help you with your tech issues, you must use Apple because, or you should use Apple because I don't know much about diagnosing the other things. But I never tell someone they should or shouldn't use something in general. Because I know there's reasons for everything. Pam says I don't have a Mac computer though. We use those too. Macs. The new Mac Mini is obscenely powerful for its size, and most tech articles have been calling it like the deal of the year for tech for desktops. So I've been looking at those, but mine's still going over here. My old one, my big screen. So that's what we use here. Susie's here. Hello, Susie. Says, I'm late. Good evening, all. You're not too late. You're not too late. We just got started a few minutes ago. Susie White is here, too. Hello. Hello, hello. Likes her Android. Yeah, there's good things about all of it, right? Whatever works for you, that's what you should use. That's what I believe. Everybody has different reasons and different ways of working. If we were all the same, there'd only be one company making one thing, right? Yeah, so what else is going on for all of you out there? We kept talking about pizza, was it yesterday, and delivery. Well, we didn't get delivery, but we got DiGiorno. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. We got 2 pizzas tonight. They're frozen pizzas, but we're gonna make those. One is a margarita thin crust, and one is a mushroom and truffle oil cheese pizza.
I'm ready.
I know. And they're both thin crusts, which we like. They get nice and crispy. And I got salads, so we can have salad and pizza. And we got apples and bananas and oranges, some fruit for us. And then we've been talking about kimchi, so I passed it in the aisle, and I was like, okay, we've been talking about this. I haven't had kimchi in forever. So we got some kimchi. Just normal. There was like extra spicy, and then there was like regular. And then there was like a non-spicy or something, but the non-spicy, something had leaked all over it in the grocery store. So I got the regular one. So hopefully it's not too spicy for us, but
it'll be fine.
It should be good. And so
I'm ready.
I was also going to get sauerkraut, but it's a little bit expensive, so I just got one. And the kimchi we've been talking about, so I got that. Hey, Anne says, my sister bought me a MacBook and I never went back. That's kind of how we've done it. What's that?
Nice.
That is nice. That's kind of what happened to me. I used to be like anti-Apple, if you can imagine it.
What?
I know. There was a time in my life in the 90s when I was anti-Apple. My friends had an Apple computer, and that's when Windows 95 came out. Windows 95 allowed you to multitask. So if you can imagine it, there used to be a time, right, when computers didn't multitask. You had one application open at a time, And if you wanted to work on something else, you had to save your work and close that application and open something else up. And Windows 95 came out and kind of helped make multitasking even better. And my friend had a Mac, one of the old Macs, color screen, but it was like this big. It was like that big of a screen. And he used to love Macs, and I was like, why would you want that? You can't multitask, you can't do this, you can't do that. He's like, I know, but it's nice. And
Is that Brandon?
no, that was Ryan, my friend Ryan. So I was like pro Windows, super pro Windows. And then Windows 95 on my computer, I had to reload it because it kept crashing my computer like probably 10 times. I wiped out the computer, started fresh, started all over again, reloaded it. And that was back in the day. I think it came on CD. I had a CD-ROM with that one. Before that, you had like stacks of floppy disks that you had to load your operating system. Insert the next disk, insert the next disk. So it was not as bad as that, but Windows 95 kind of made me a little bit crazy. And then my next computer, when we were getting another computer, I asked for an Apple. And at the time, their laptops weren't great yet. But my aunt got me a desktop Apple computer, and I loved it. And I've been using Apple pretty much ever since. Now, I've had to use other computers for work and stuff, but personally, I've had Apple computers probably since 97 or 98. I've never used anything else personally. So, yeah, I know it's weird to think though, when there was a time when I actually didn't like Apple.
Yeah, blasphemy.
I know, but back then, from 96 or 97 on, I think it was 96.
Steve Jobs is weeping.
I know. And this is, I remember those days. Susan says, we're Apple people too. We got our first in 99 and haven't looked back. Our first was named Blue. Oh, was it the Blue Candy iMacs? Those were fun. My first Apple was before that. It was when there was a time before Steve Jobs came back. That's when Steve Jobs came back and made the Apple Bondi Mac, the iMacs. But before that, Apple actually started leasing their operating system to clone makers. So for a very short period of time, clone makers, other computer companies, could make computers that would run the Macintosh operating system. And mine was an actual Apple computer from Apple, but it was during that time period. It was like 96 to 98 or something like that these clones were coming out. And they were going down the path of like Windows, of putting Windows on any computer, where you could put Mac on any computer that somebody else made. And then when Steve Jobs came back, he chopped that. That was it, done. He went back to only Apple making the hardware that ran the software. But I forget the name. I think it was a Power Mac 5300, Power Mac 5300, Power Mac 5400, something like that. It was my first Mac. Let's see here. Pam says, I started with an Apple II GS. It was the cat's meow, but used iOS at work. So then I got that compatible. Instead. When I was in elementary school, our elementary school was actually, for such a small school, it was actually pretty tech. Like when we talked to our cousins that went to a different school, they didn't have like computer labs like we had. So we actually had Apple, I think they were Apple II GSs. They had the big floppy drives. And they had the little programs with a little turtle, and it drew lines, and you could paint with it. And but I used those in our computer labs.
I think that Apple must have had a deal with people.
They've always had a lot of deals with schools and stuff, like in education. They've always been good about supporting education.
Because I've always had apples in school.
Yeah. Now I would say that in college, most of the computer labs were PCs, and they would have a few Macs in the labs. So I had to make sure I either went to the correct lab if I needed, because I had a laptop, but if I had to go and I didn't have a printer sometimes. So if I had to go print something or work on something while I was on campus, I had to pick the right lab or make sure that I got into one with enough that the computers weren't taken. Because not everything crossed over those days, not back then. You can do Microsoft Word. It might work on the PC, it might not. And you put in the disk because they were floppy disks still. And sometimes the PCs wouldn't read the Mac disks or vice versa. Mac was pretty good at reading the PC disks, but that was mainly because they were living in a PC world back then. They had no choice but to have to do that. Nancy's 100% Apple. We are too now. Suzanne says, me too. Nancy says, I was scared to go Apple. Never be scared to go Apple.
We're not 100%.
We mostly are.
Because we have an Alexa and we have a Google.
For that stuff, we're not 100% with the voice because we have those. And I do still have a very first Surface Pro that every once in a while I start up to update and make sure it still goes. But it doesn't run Windows 11, so that's kind of the issue there. Pam says, yes, they work with schools, which is nice. I teased my print shop disc on the GS. Yeah, print shop. I kind of remember that. I have an ear that won't pop. I don't know why. I'm trying to get it to get an echo in there. Oh, print shop. Oh, I erased my print shop disc on the GS. Yeah, print shop was a thing, right? That was what it was called, print shop. There were a lot of fun little games and stuff. My very first computer ever was a Commodore. And we bought it secondhand from somebody who was selling theirs. And I actually had very little idea on how to use it.
That's because they didn't have the internet.
Yeah, you couldn't learn. Like, the person who sold it to us didn't really teach us much on how to use it. And everything worked by floppy disk pretty much. And we only got a limited number of programs that came with it. So there were only a limited number of things that I could do. So I didn't use it as much, but I think I did use it for typing and stuff. We had an old dot matrix printer that came with it, and I could print out reports and stuff if I wanted to type them. And the one thing it did have, though, was a pretty cool crossword making program. So you could give it hints and answers. So you would type in what the question was that you wanted answered, and it would create the crossword puzzle for you. So that came in handy for some school projects that I did. That I don't know why that came in handy, but it did. And yeah, it was pretty cool. It would print out the crossword for you and give you the clues down the side. I forgot about that, but yeah, it did that. Anne says, Sudafed can drain your ear if you have some. I don't think we do.
Is that the one that you have to go up and provide proof of life?
I think so. Anytime you do it anymore, they ask for your birth date at least, generally.
Is that the one they use to make the crystal meth?
I think so. Sudafed is. Anne says, all these memories, dot matrix, floppy disks. I know. It's crazy how far we've come in just like our lifespans, right? Because like we did not have a computer. Like we had a typewriter in our house, and we did have an electric typewriter as well. And then we got the Commodore, which I barely used, and then we got the PC. And our PC, our very first PC, didn't even run Windows; it ran DOS only. And because when my mom and aunt bought it for me, or for the family, really. Um, the people at the store said that Windows would probably make it feel slow because, you know, it was Windows 3.0 or 3.1 was a new thing back then. And they're like, if you want it to be faster, you probably want to use DOS. So, and we were used to DOS because my aunt had bought
That's the fast one.
that. Yeah, and my aunt had bought her job. She bought an IBM PS2 back in the day, and that computer was like, I think she said it was like $8,000.
Holy smokes.
That was for a desk. That was for a personal computer back then. It was like $6,000 or $8,000. It had the printer, which was dot matrix, but that's just what they cost back then. And she bought it for her job so that they could kind of. She wanted to. She saw like she kind of, you know, for as much as my aunt, you know, she sometimes doesn't care for technology too much. But she actually saw how important personal computers were going to be, and that's why she I think got me my first one, or helped us get the first one. She got one for the business that she worked for, so that
And they probably still had it before it burned down.
It very well could have been stored in a warehouse somewhere before it burned down. But yeah, she kind of saw the writing on the wall as far as it was going to be a big thing, and she moved the company toward technology very early. And so we were used to kind of using DOS and command lines, and so when we got one for our house, it was a DOS 6.0, I think. Anne says, I had a brother's typewriter with correction capability, fancy at the time. I know, that corrector ribbon.
Oh, I love that thing.
Right? You go back over and it just dotted it right out. You can retype it. Pretty fancy. Yeah.
IBM.
Yeah, the IBM Selectras, I think they were called. The with the ball on it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I love those little balls.
Yep. I think that was the Selectra, they called it. Cheryl says, I was wondering why I couldn't leave a message on his old cell. He never knew he had voicemail, so it was maxed out. Yeah, that happens. Some people don't know that you have to clear out your voicemail.
My mom.
Yeah, your mom's is packed.
For years.
Uh-huh. Suzanne says, man, I do wanted corrector ribbons. Yeah, that was the fancy thing of the day, right? When you didn't have to use the whiteout. And you got to correct your stuff right there. Pretty amazing. And then my mom, I wish we still had it. It would just be such a cool history thing. We had a portable electric typewriter that you could use a ribbon with it if you wanted to. They made special ribbons, but by the time I had started playing around with it and using it, the ribbons weren't being sold anymore. But you could use facsimile paper, which was a shiny white paper, and it would it's like the like what most receipts are, that shiny white paper that it doesn't need a ribbon in there, and it uses heat. So this little thing, it was only about this tall, and it was big, but it was very thin and had a handle on it and a top case. You take the top case off and you can get these rolls of the facsimile paper, and you could put it in there, and it had a small tiny dot matrix LED display that was probably 10 characters or 15 characters long, so you could preview what you were typing before it went to actually print it, which was kind of wild.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I wish I still had that. It is such a cool thing, and it worked for so long because you didn't need ribbons. So as long as the thing turned on, you could actually use it. And I used it to play with for a long time. But my mom was also a secretary, so she did a lot of typing and a lot of things. So she had a number of typewriters around the house and things like that. Let's see here. Susan says, speaking of aging appliances, we bit the bullet and purchased a new air conditioner. The old one was 24 years. It worked, but was clearly declining. The new one is more eco-friendly and discounted too. Nice. Hopefully it lasts you another 24 years, right?
Yeah, a lot of new stuff doesn't last.
I know, you gotta be careful with that. But hopefully, good vibes. It's gonna last a long time. Susie says, I had a brother too. I thought it was amazing. Susan says, I think I had that brother as well. Black with green accents. Loved that typewriter. So the one I had, the little one, yeah, it was black, I think, with green. Boy, people remember that one. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it was like it had a little handle on it, a little top case, little LED display. It was pretty nice. And says, not fun paying for new appliances, but nice to have them. Yeah. Gesundheit.
Thank you.
So, who knew we were going to start talking in tech, right? Susan says, William, I might not be here in 24 years. You're going to be here. They're going to find ways, right? The AGB family's going to hang around a long time. They're already talking about I've been reading this stuff, of course, sciencey stuff, and some of the weight loss drugs, like I think it's Ozempic, they're finding that in mice they can extend life.
So Lizzo is going to be...
Who knows? Now, there are some other side effects to them too, but they are finding that with certain things, and if they combine them with certain things, I think there's a chemotherapy drug, and you combine that with the Ozempic or one of those, and they have found in mice it's extended it by like 50%.
Wow.
Some of them are really, really long, that it's extending life in mice.
We're probably too poor for that, though.
I know, right? Yeah, and it's not going to the poor people first, but yeah, they're finding all these things that are starting to help rebuild cells and keep your body rebuilding cells.
I bet that one dude signed up first. That one that's all about extending his life.
Oh, yeah, that billionaire who spends $1 million some dollars a year on reversing his age.
You look a little bit scary now.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what you want to do, go on ahead.
Yep, he's feeling healthy, feeling good. But yeah, they're finding that some of these things are extending life by quite a lot. And they don't know if it'll work on humans, of course, but it has been working on mice. And there was something else.
Maybe on cats.
Maybe on cats, keep the cats going.
I like that.
And they're healthy. It's not like they're extending them and they're actually like staying young longer, which is a good thing too. But they've also found that there's some kind of switch for gray hair, and they're finding that something happened. I don't really understand it because I don't understand much about the hair, like the follicles in the hair and what that whole system. But there's something where something jumps back and forth, and what happens is when you go gray, it clogs up and it can't continue jumping, so your hair then starts going gray. And they're like, if they can flush that out, which they've done it, I think, in some tests, if they can flush out that pathway, they can keep people from going gray. Weird stuff I read about, but that's like, and some of it I read it's usually I read it right before when I'm in bed and getting ready to put my phone on the charge. And so I read these things and I'm like, I can never go too deep into them because I'm like passing out at that point. But it's interesting things that are happening. And so my mom is 85 and my dad is 89. I hope I have their good health genes. Yeah, my grandparents were in their 80s. And generally in really good health. It was weird things that kind of took them out.
My grandfather on my mom's side, he lived to 100 and something.
Yeah.
And was upwardly mobile up until the end.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so I'm hopeful for that too.
I don't know. I got all the leftover reject genes.
Oh no. But Yeah, so keeping active is still one of the things that I keep reading. They're like, gotta stay active, gotta exercise, gotta do the building muscle exercise, which I'm not good at. I gotta get better at. Um,
Whatever.
Whatever.
Let's
Um,
have some cake.
let's have some cake. Anna says, whew, home finally. Morning was so cold the car wasn't thrilled. Slow to start. I knew this is oil change place told me 2 weeks ago, so I've been busy finding a place to get it done after work. Oh, that's good. Sue says Ozempic has horrible side effects. Yeah, there are horrible side effects. A lot of those have some horrible side effects. But they're finding, I don't know if it is Ozempic or if it's one of those, but they are finding that there's possibilities for life extension with some of these. And not that that's going to be that particular drug, but working from that point. We may be able to extend life for quite a bit in a healthy way. It could be crazy. Susan says, we did meet the band Franz Ferdinand last night. They were all sweet, lovely people with the cutest Scot accents. They're from Glasgow. Nice. I'm glad you had a good time.
Yes.
You're out there living the life. I like it. What are you saying?
We're not.
We're not. We're living the life here in Ligonier.
What show are we watching?
We watched Queer Eye last night. We started watching.
The new season's out.
The new season is out of Queer Eye. So we started watching that.
And they're like, well, you have to think about this. And then I'm like, well, I don't know. They don't have any money, so.
Yeah. Anna says, waited 40 minutes in line, 40 to get a battery changed. Relief to have that done. Now just need to get slow leak in the tire fixed tomorrow. I took the day off. That's good. Yeah. 40 minutes to get the battery changed. That's one thing I know how to do. I can change the battery. So I usually do that. I change the headlights. I know how to do that. I should learn how to change the oil because that would be a good thing to do. But I don't change our oil. We usually take it to get it oil changed. But it'd be a lot cheaper probably if we did it ourselves.
Yeah, my dad showed me how to do it, but that's...
My dad obviously could show me how to do it, but... And I've actually watched... He did it once for us, and I watched... I probably could do it, but... Then you gotta take the oil to get rid of it somewhere. I don't know.
Unless you make beads out of it.
Beads out of the oil?
I'm sure we could find some.
Find a way.
Cook it with some polymer clay.
Oh, that's not toxic at all. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. My dad lived to be 84 and my mother was 69, says Susan. Both had different forms of cancer. That's the hard part. My grandmother got cancer, but not what she passed from. I don't know what she actually ended up passing from, what the diagnosis was. But she had a rough time toward the end. And she was ready to go. Her husband...
I think that's part of it.
I think that was part of it. I think she was... Because she kept saying that she's like, I lived a full life. I'm ready. And I think she got to that point that she was just tired.
That's like my dad. Once he made that mental switch that he was dying, he declined rapidly.
Yeah, there was no fight left.
Because he was fine. I mean, he had a little bit of, he had blood in the urine and stuff. And,
but he was still fighting through that. And
but once they said that it's inoperable, he just quit.
Yep.
And that's when he started rapidly declining.
And I know my grandmother, she lost her husband a few years before. She had been fighting since then with some health issues. And I think that was part of it. But my grandfather, he had a stroke and then had another one. He got through the first one and had another one that was just too strong. And I never heard whether they ever found out why he had his strokes, because everything was clean. It seemed clean. His heart was good. His heart doctor was 20 years younger than him and said his heart was better than his. And up until that point, he had worked every day, got up, went outside, cut.
He was super fit.
Super fit. Had some issues here and there with certain things, but
He had muscles.
Yeah, he did.
Like he would go, he's like elderly man, but he come off the tractor and he'd be lifting stuff up. I was like,
Yep.
dang.
Yep. So I don't know what actually gave him his stroke, why he actually ended up getting that and had another one. So, and it's a shame because they say if you have one stroke to watch for a second one, and they didn't tell us that. We didn't find that out until after. And that's what happened is he had another one early in the morning and no one really knew. And that was hard. So, but anyway, yeah, weird things that can happen out of nowhere. Um,
I'm sure there was something.
I'm sure there was something. I just never heard the final kind of if they ever found out what caused it. What?
I think also that sometimes once something happens, and they're kind of just like, oh well.
Yeah.
They don't look any further.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they just figured and especially once you get to a certain age, we found that once you get to a certain age, a lot of times they just assume that this is what happens when you get old, right? And because he was in such great health.
That's like if you have cancer, then they're like, well, we're going to burn it out.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing. Like they throw
everything at it.
Yeah. Which is, you know, certain types.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right. But there are other ways to sometimes go about it. But yeah, so, and when you're that age, when you have a stroke or you have something like that happens and you go into the hospital, they don't see that you were just up cutting down a tree the day before. Like they just see you as an old man or an old woman and just assume that you're frail.
That's like when I had cancer because I was gay or am gay.
Yeah.
They assumed that it had to be HIV related.
Oh yeah, they would not like the amount of tests he had to take
and pay for
that to prove that he was not HIV positive, because that's the only way that a gay person at his age is going to get cancer. So weird. All these, misconceptions and stereotypes people hold.
And then I had I have tattoos, and they were like, well, it must be from the gang.
The gang.
And I was like, what gang?
Yeah. Yeah. You were in a predominantly white land over here. So he was the brown person with tattoos in the gang who was gay with HIV.
And I was like, what do y'all think I get up to?
I know.
I was like, we can do crafts.
He was like, we can sit and do crafts together. Susan says, I have a radio buddy who is friends with the band's label rep. Oh, that's how you got in. That's nice.
Must be nice.
You got the connections.
Friends in high places.
Right? Anna says, it's negative degrees out. I'm not changing the battery. I do know how to do it.
No
that's
way.
what Andrew's like. He's like, William, go change the battery.
It's like, I guess we're not going anywhere.
Right? Yeah, we're not negative yet. We're 21 today, 22.
That's too funny. It's supposed to get colder.
Anna says it was negative 10 this morning and negative 4 right now.
I should pre-warn the person. We're supposed to go to a holiday party on Saturday night. I should pre-warn them that I'm probably not going to go.
Yeah.
Because when it goes below freezing, I'm not leaving the house.
He's like,
let's just be honest.
He's like, I'm not doing it.
I mean, I like them, but you know what? I can also we can put the Zoom on.
I'll join you through the Zoom.
Right? I have a heater. I have a butt heater.
A butt heater.
Is to warm your cockles. And basically,
he's like, I'm gonna wrap himself up in a burrito, and there it is.
Like, I like people, but if I have to traverse the ice and snow, it's probably not gonna happen. Yeah. Unless I'm gonna get something out of it,
like a lot. It's got to be worth it.
I mean, there's an ornament exchange, and sometimes people are really good metalsmiths. So
I forgot about the ornament exchange.
So that way, I'm kind of like, well, maybe.
Yeah. Susan says, wow, Anna, that's really cold. Yeah, it is.
That's somebody's like, don't you want to come to Minnesota? I was like,
you're like, no.
I mean, for
not now.
That glorious 1 week in summer where it's above 70 degrees. I went there once in the summer. I was freezing my butt off.
in the
in the
summer.
summer. And I was like, how come it's cold? Even
Anna,
in Milwaukee, it gets cold in the summertime. Like, we'd go to Beat 'em
big
Button,
button.
and I have to bring my scarf. And
Yeah, we did. We wore long shirts and sweaters sometimes. And this is my mom gave up and she was ready at the end too. Yeah, I think that's a thing, right? Um,
it's all that cold weather.
that cold weather. Um, Anne says 10 years ago, more than 10, a doctor told my dad since he had only had about 10 more years left, so basically don't worry about health stuff. I was so angry. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like people start to they have these misconceptions and stereotypes of people, and it's like I wonder sometimes if we didn't have that, and if we didn't, here I go, soapbox, didn't treat older people in society the way we do, if we, didn't job discriminate and allow them to keep working, and if they wanted to, and doing things and being active more, and making sure they had people around them.
Yeah, I know, because some of the people who used to come in the shop, when they came in the shop, they look like they're about to die. Like, I'm not joking.
Yeah.
They came in with like tanks and
Mm-hmm.
stuff, and like they couldn't get up. We had one step that you had to walk up to get into the beige store. Well, maybe two.
Yeah.
And they would like, I'd have to help them. And then once they started working with the beads,
Making things
and
and
seeing like
crafting and seeing they can do stuff.
that it wasn't like they weren't, getting out of the house,
Mm-hmm.
staying active, keeping their brain going, designing things, learning things. By the end of our time together, they didn't need a tank anymore.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know, I don't know. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not
Yeah.
clearly going to say that, crafting saves lives.
Yeah.
But
But
I could
community
see.
and using, not feeling useless. I think a lot of people get older and they lose their friends sometimes or lose their family and they start to feel useless or, too frail. But I wonder sometimes, like, if people got into exercise programs and people started doing crafty things and exercising their brain and their body, and we didn't look down on people for reaching a certain age and then that they're not useful anymore, like how much longer would people live more
And live
healthily?
good lives.
Yeah.
Not just like hooked to
Hooked
a
up to,
machine,
right.
but like being healthy
Yeah.
and productive.
But that's what we went through with my grandmother and grandfather. It's like they saw their age and it was just like, that's it. We may as well, like we can do this or we can do that. And you can really try this if you want to, but, it's going to be hard on them and they may not have much time left anyway. And it's like,
So basically, it's what's convenient for everybody else.
yeah. Yeah.
That's what.
And I do wonder with your dad if what kind of.
Because he wasn't an easy patient.
No.
So
and they weren't probably going to give him the options that they could have if he was easier.
Poor.
And he was poor, yeah.
So they were like, well, this is going to cost us a lot of money and you're probably going to die. So.
Yeah. Anna says it's not good that we have no snow cover, freezing pipes, and septic systems.
That sucks.
Yeah, the snow does help, right?
So do you have to poop in a bucket?
Oh boy. Okay. Lena says, I get treated like poop unless I take Poopy with me to my doctor's appointments. That's another thing.
Because you're a woman.
Because you're a woman, right?
Isn't that so silly?
Yeah.
Like, a lot of times, they'll be like, wow, you clearly don't know.
You don't know your own body. You've only lived with it for how long? Yeah, it's ridiculous. It can be ridiculous.
So that, I don't want to talk about current events, but I can see how certain people would not be upset about the loss of life in that one situation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I can see how that could push people.
Because they've experienced it. Like, they've experienced being rejected for claims. I've been rejected
Yeah,
for
you were.
claims.
Yep.
So, And we almost went bankrupt because of it. So
Well, and right now, if we didn't have certain health things that came through, you would have a pre-existing condition that would probably not be covered by most medical insurance unless we were rich.
yeah,
So,
where it's basically, Richard, it'd be about 2,000 extra a month
yeah.
to get the affordable.
Yeah. Pam says, I'm Wisconsin born and raised. I had temps in the 30s last weekend. I was freezing. I've gotten soft living in Colorado.
Isn't it cold in
I
Colorado
know, isn't it?
too?
Ann says, I walked home about 20 minutes tonight in single digit weather, but Minnesota is another level of cold. I've had to buy clothes there in summer when I stopped by after being in California.
She said that.
Ann.
Intro to her.
Uh-huh. Susie says, when my mom was in her 90s, some doctors just pretty much blew her off. She lived to 94. Yeah. Um, and if they wouldn't have blown her off, how
How
much
much
longer
longer?
could she possibly have lived, right? Like, we just have this idea that once you get to 70s, 80s, that, it's all, it could be any minute now. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and why? Why is that? Why is that when we obviously have people living into their hundreds, um, and there's some general consensus about these locations that people live in and they live these long lives. But I also read this article too that says that a lot of these locations where they have these long lifers, it's not actually, sometimes a lot of it is misreported. So it's not even true. And so we're having these people live a long time and it could be anywhere. It doesn't have to be just in these areas.
Well, we watched a lot of those documentaries, and a lot of it is based on community.
Yep. If you have people around you that care about one another and do things with one another, and you have a reason to feel like you have life to live.
And they said one of the documentaries that we watched, the common factor was they had a garden.
Mm, yeah. Anne says, Pam, I tease my sister in New York City about that. She'll complain about how cold it is. I'm like, please.
Yeah, New York City, it's different. Because William was like, oh, well, you used to have snow. We used to do stuff in the snow.
Yeah. There's a lot of snow sometimes.
Yeah, but how much were you actually in it?
You're not in it that much, though. Gesundheit.
But by choice.
But by choice.
Like before, you would have to go from your apartment to the subway.
Yeah.
Or your apartment to the corner store. That's pretty much the limit of the snow. And you didn't usually have to, unless you didn't have a super in your building, you didn't have to shovel the sidewalk.
No.
So
shoveling is the one thing I could give up. Let someone do that. That'd be fine.
Do you have to plug your phone in?
Oh, I probably shouldn't I? I forget to do that a lot.
I just saw it when I looked it up.
Anna says, learning is huge. Elders can learn. Yeah. Anna says, I'm in Wisconsin. Forgot to add that context. And my sister grew up in Wisconsin. I'm not a complete storyteller.
See, you like me, Ann.
Right?
And he's like, oh, I mean.
Anna says, LOL, Ann, you're not that much further south.
But somehow.
Right? Nancy says, don't get me started. I bet.
Yeah, I bet you got lots of stories about it.
Mm-hmm. Anna says, we have an outhouse at our cabin. Didn't have indoor plumbing until the 1980s.
No thanks.
I know. My dad grew up with an outhouse. He had an outhouse sometimes, but we have had an indoor toilet.
That's like at the cottage. If we, in the summer, it's not so bad. Like the outhouse is not ideal.
Yeah.
But it's not that bad.
It
In
also,
winter,
we also,
night,
yeah.
Forget about it.
We also cut the electricity away from it.
Yeah.
Which it used to have a light, which would have made it a lot easier. And if we'd fixed the seat, if we'd fixed the seat where you could sit on it, that would be better too, and keep it clean from the spiders. That's the one thing, the spiders, I'm like, freaks me out a little bit.
We just need, we could rebuild it. And
Yeah.
we wouldn't need to rebuild all of it. Just put a new roof and hook
Mm-hmm.
the electric back up. And put a new seat. That's like less
Put a
than...
little heated seat in there with the electric.
Ooh, fancy.
Fancy for winter time.
Uh-huh.
Susan says, I'm in Missouri and it gets cold, but not Minnesota and Wisconsin cold. We often have the 3-season day, though.
Yeah, we get that.
Anna says, I lived in Colorado 4 seasons in a day.
We get that.
Anna says, climate change is real.
Well, then you're going to be in the tropical paradise soon, then.
Right? Supposed to be coming up here, right? Cheryl says, silently chuckling from Milwaukee. Let's see here.
But you had to cancel your walk, right? Because it got too cold on one night.
Suzanne says, cats, heart, heart, heart. I know, the cats will keep you warm, right? Anna says, our winters are more extreme now than 50 years ago. 70 above, negative 30 the next day. I think our winters are much more mild than they were years
But
ago.
wasn't it? It would just get cold and stay cold, right?
It would generally get cold and stay cold, and there was a lot more snow. Like, by Christmas, things were snow, and the snow did not stop. Like, I remember going out most every year, there was snow enough all winter long to like sled ride. And
Here it's not.
yeah, I mean, that's what it was like here. There was always snow around, and there were big like trucks would come through and there'd be big piles of snow, and my dad plowed almost every winter for neighbors and stuff, and you had to have a plow truck to get in and out. Like,
Nowadays, you wait a couple days.
you wait a couple days and it melts away. Like, you waited a couple days, you just had more snow. Like,
yeah.
So it's definitely gotten warmer up here in the
winter.
winters.
Well, our summers have been kind of mild lately.
I think our summers are more mild than they used to be, because I remember, of course, we didn't have air conditioning.
When we first moved here, I was like, what is this? I thought it was supposed to be cold. Because it was hot and humid.
Yeah. It's always been more hot and humid. Like, but I feel like there were more days that got in the upper 90s and in the hundreds. And the humidity, I feel like, has not been as bad these last few years.
No, this past couple of years, it hasn't been that bad.
But it used to get very humid out. Let's see here. Dominion says, being closer to the sun in Colorado seemed to help even out some of the cold in the Colorado Springs area. Anna says, I agree. I lived on the west side, and then Manitou, wild weather. Anne says, I'm finding out summer's much milder than the last few years, less hot and less humid. It's all just weird now. Yeah, the summers here, I used to hate summer because it was so humid. And I have not felt like that in the last few years. I know. And the winters have definitely been more mild. Like, even when we first came here, there was snow the first year, like up to the bumper of trucks. And like, that's like 2-3 feet of snow. And
every once in a while you get that.
And we'd have to shovel and shovel and shovel and shovel. And now, generally, if we get like 4 or 5 inches, that's like a lot of snow.
I think also we live in town now, and so that
helps
because it's warmer in town.
Yeah.
Like, there's snow at the cottage right now.
Yeah.
But there's no snow here.
Not really.
I mean, is there snow today?
There's a little bit.
I mean, yesterday there was no snow.
It snowed last night?
Wednesday afternoon is when it started coming.
When I went to the cottage, it was all iced over.
Yeah, because I called, I was on a meeting with Touchstone, and they're like, oh my gosh, it's starting to snow.
Yeah.
And up there,
they get a lot.
Yeah. It's different.
Let's see. Vicky says, yeah, don't try to drive Monument Pass when it snows.
No way. There's a lot of that I wouldn't want to do.
Let's see here.
When we were driving to Tucson, we went through the Gila National Forest, and because it was a shortcut,
Mm-hmm.
and it's supposed to be scenic, and it was basically these switchback roads that went snaking through the mountains, and you could see the storm coming. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, we're gonna die! This is a one-lane road."
Yeah.
And there was a car that came when we were driving, and we barely were able to pass each other.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh. Because then, like, the highways, the interstates, they're not great, but they're not like that.
Yeah.
Just a white knuckle driving.
White knuckle driving.
And that was in New Mexico.
Mm.
And if you go off the cliff there, it's no more.
there's no safety net there.
No cell signal, no nothing. The GPS just gave up. You know how it says recalculating? It's like, no.
Nah.
You on your own.
At least the phones now come with or satellite service. Like my phone has satellite service now. It kicks in.
I don't think mine does.
Yours doesn't. Yours is a year or two old. Hey, there's our friend Laura. Hello. Yeah, says I drove on the band road in Maui once with my mom. Oh boy.
In Maui?
In Maui. Susan says summers here are awful, like being in hell's backyard. Our winters are milder, not much snow. Spring storms are more severe, as are droughts followed by extreme rainfall.
Yeah, you get tornadoes too.
I would say everything here is more mild than it used to be. The humidity is not as high as it was when I was growing up as a kid, I feel like.
Except for ticks.
Ticks are worse.
Ticks.
We ran through my house growing up was literally surrounded by fields, and we would drive like high grass. And when I was a kid, we would like stomp down the grass, kind of like crop circles to make little hideouts, like a house in there. We'd have rooms, and we make hallways, and we make bigger rooms, and the grass was higher than me. We didn't have ticks. Never had a tick in my life growing up. And we'd ride our four-wheelers through the grass and stuff, and never had a tick. Never pulled ticks off of our animals growing up that I remember. And now, boy, you can get a tick like just walking outside.
He gets it more though.
Yeah.
Like we'll be walking side by side.
And they like me.
They don't like me.
But everything else, weather-wise, the humidity here is much lower. Because I cannot handle humidity. I get between my allergies and trying to breathe and being humid, I used to have a really hard time when I was a kid because the humidity would get so high. I don't have that problem anymore, knock on wood. Haven't had it in the last few years. The winters have been much more mild than they used to be growing up. I would say everything here is like kind of more mild than it used to be.
The hurricanes are worse, bro.
There are more hurricanes, or maybe they're just detecting them more. I don't know. I remember maybe 2 or 3 hurricane kind of notices, or like that kind of severe weather. I was one time at my grandparents' house, and they had a basement. Our house didn't have a basement, and I was thankful I was there because they were calling for a hurricane. It was scary because we didn't go through that normally. I was freaked out as a kid, but I can only remember a few times as a kid they ever talked about hurricanes possibly coming through. So that is something that has
I remember
changed.
Hurricane Andrew, and that was 93.
Yeah.
We had classmates. They had to. They were not refugees, but evacuees from their homes getting destroyed.
Oh.
So some of the kids, there's a girl named Jasmine, and she didn't have a house, so they ended up going north up to Orlando.
Wow.
Because she was displaced.
Yeah. Vicky says scenic route equals drive at your own peril.
Correct.
Yes. Suzanne says our winters.
But...
Yeah. Suzanne says our winters are definitely warmer. Pam says, how does one get satellite service? The new iPhone again, Starting with mine, which I think is the 14. So 14, 15, and 16. If you are out of a cell service area, your phone you'll see a little sign that comes up that says SOS. And that means that you can send an SOS by pointing your phone at the sky, and it will come up with a graphic that shows you where to aim and how to aim. And
They definitely did not have that back in the day.
no. So this is a great thing for people who do hiking and all that stuff. If you're out where there's no cell service and something happens, you can use the satellite service built into the new iPhones.
And they can find you too.
Yeah, they know where they can get directions, but they built out an entire network. I think Apple worked with them with the 911 service, and everything is through text because you can text, and they come up with certain questions. I think if you activate that, that are kind of pre-sent, so they're smaller data packets. It's not like you're not calling, but they text 911 services, and there's a special build out for text messages now through that program that you can respond back and forth with the emergency services. And just this year, I think they released an extension to that where your phone can text your emergency contacts to let them know too that something is up.
Because there's a metalsmith who
Yeah.
was pretty prominent, and he went biking, and then no more.
No more. Never heard.
They still haven't found him.
Yeah, and who knows what happened, but this is something that if you do something like that and your phone doesn't have service, this
I
can
don't know
really.
if he brought his phone,
Yeah.
so maybe that was
Part
part
of
of the problem.
Or he didn't have a new phone or didn't have an iPhone.
But Nash Quinn, you can look him up.
Yeah. Laura says she hated that drive, but I thought I was Indiana Jones. My great aunt looked at my mom and goes, "Naomi, some man just went off that cliff 4 days ago. He died." Yeah.
Yeah, that's stressful.
Mm-hmm.
That's the road that is, it's right along the water, right? It's on the cliff.
Oh.
We were driving with my friend Jess, and it was on the A1A and outside of San Francisco. And it was beautiful. I was like, "Oh my gosh, look at the view." And she's like, "Oh, that's so pretty." I was like, "Not you."
You keep your eyes on the road. You're not allowed to look.
We started hitting the rumble strip.
You're like, you live here. You can look at it on your own time.
I was like, we don't need to examine the colors together.
Suzanne says our cats are both sharing an undershirt. Not that we only have the one.
That's cute.
That is cute. Pam says winters aren't cold enough to kill ticks and whatever off anymore. That's why. Yeah, ticks are getting more prevalent because our winters are not cold enough. They don't kill all that stuff. They've learned to be able to survive through the winters. They used to get so cold and the ground got so frozen that they would die off.
I'm sure they'll introduce some kind of invasive species that will...
They can kill the ticks.
That will kill the ticks.
But create another problem. Yeah.
They did that with something else. Like they released something.
The gypsy moths.
I can't remember.
They released something to kill the gypsy moths. I think the gypsy moths were released for a reason too. And then they released something to kill it. And I don't know if it was those ladybugs.
The love bugs. Do y'all remember love bugs?
We didn't have love bugs up here, I don't think.
They were black and had like a little orange. And when you would drive, your whole thing...
You've told me about those. We never had those up here.
And my grandpa, he used to take the porch screen, and he made like a porch screen that would stick in front of the grill. Because they could go inside your grill, and then your car would break down.
Oh, yeah, and overheat.
So...
That's
on the
crazy.
Suburban, it had that, and it would be thick.
That's crazy. Yeah, Pam says, oh, fantastic, I have a 16. Yeah, Apple pays for at least the first 2 years of that, but they have never released, well, this would just be the second year. Apple pays for that emergency service for you. They guarantee it for at least 2 years, but I have a 14, and they've not canceled it yet on me. But yeah, so you get that free satellite SOS if you need it, if you get a new iPhone.
Yeah, sometimes it comes up on your phone.
Yeah, if I'm totally out of a service area, which is happening more and more often these days.
What's happening with the towers?
I know, it's getting crazy. Even around here, sometimes I go completely out of service, which we never used to.
Well, that's because the towers, they disintegrate, and then people don't want to get new towers because they're afraid the 5G is going to warp their brain or something.
Yeah.
And so they like fought tooth and nail to not build new towers, and then they complain that they don't
have
get
service. Yep. But yeah, so... oh, Andrew joined us, Warrior Metalsmith. Hello, hello on Instagram. There have been a few people out there, but no one said hi. Wegman Christie. Let's see. Krista Delane. Celebrate Every Step. Crafty Graham. There, Andrew said hi. Hey.
We've been thinking on you.
Yeah. Lena says A1A never stabilizes anymore because every time they have a landslide, they clear the road instead of building over it. They cut off the foot so it just keeps sliding.
Yeah, there was parts of the guardrail, no more guardrail. It fell into the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like,
Pam says Asian beetles for something. Yeah, those Asian beetles, they brought those in for, I think that was for the gypsy moths. And that's why we have all these crazy little biting little ladybugs now.
I don't like it.
Laura says you can keep quail, I think, to eat the ticks. Some people keep the tiny, tiny quail that are so cute. Yeah,
oh, those are cute.
They're
like the guinea fowl.
The guinea fowl eat ticks. I don't know if quail do or not, but my aunt used to keep quail. She used to raise quail. They're mean.
I don't want anything mean.
They are mean.
Anything that pecks, bites, or any of that.
Like she had to have a separate little space for a hospital. She had different pens, and if they sensed weakness in one of their brothers or sisters, they would attack. They were mean little things. So she had to have a separate little hospital and a separate area for the ones that weren't as, vicious, I guess, or that were the sensitive ones. It got to the point. She used to hatch them from eggs. She had an incubator and everything. And I think after a while she just gave up because it was so much work.
No thanks.
And she released them on my grandparents' property.
Are they still there?
There might be some still. I don't know. But I think the foxes, after she released them, we started seeing more foxes on the property. So, it's the circle of life. Andrew says, possums eat ticks. Pet possum is what you need. I know. I love when I see our possums. Our friend the possum on the back porch. I'm like, you keep eating. Yeah, there is one at the cottage too. I'm like,
it looked plump.
It looks plump, so I'm hoping it's getting good food from all those ticks it's eating.
It looks thick.
Suzanne says we have tons of love bugs.
You do? Suzanne. That's in New Orleans. I don't know.
Yeah. Anna says Snakes in the Everglades was one release.
Who thought that was a good idea?
I know.
What was the point of that?
Laura says maybe I'm thinking of guinea fowl. Yeah, definitely guinea fowl. We can't have anything like that in the city here in the town. They don't allow us.
I thought I wanted chickens, and then our friend Jen, she's talking about all the work she does to keep up with them, and I was like,
Between the weasels and the, what are they called? The fishers, and the minks, and the foxes, and the coyotes.
But then they have like wounds and stuff. They have to
gotta take care of them
and stuff. And I was like, nah, I don't need to express any.
It's
wounds.
It's a lot. Laura says I'm a fair weather person. If it's below 40 degrees, I complain.
Yeah.
You would not like it here.
Maybe sometimes.
Yeah. It's pretty mild here these days compared to what it used to be.
I will say that the difference between here and Maryland, it's not that far. It's like, 3 hours to Maryland? Probably 2.5 to the border. Once you get far enough, it's completely different weather. Completely different.
Suzanne says rat snakes.
To eat the rats.
I don't know. I don't know.
Is that like the anaconda ones that got humongous?
I don't know. That's like what were the fish that people kept releasing?
Piranhas?
Well, that was a thing, but also what's the one fish that people do in tanks and then they would release them and now it's like taken over in certain areas.
The mud puppies?
No. These are a colorful
Like
what
a beta fish?
no. What are the Finding Nemo? What's that little fish?
Uh,
What is he? I think it's that fish.
the clownfish?
The clownfish. I think people were
How do
releasing
they
them.
live? They need the anemones, don't they?
I don't know what they're doing, but maybe it's not that one. There's an aquarium fish that people kept releasing, and we can't really. I think people can eat them, but they have to be prepared a certain way. But
Oh, you're probably thinking of those lionfish.
the lionfish, that's
So
it.
they're real pretty, but they're poisonous, and they're very territorial.
Yeah,
So they kill
everything in the area.
around.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the lionfish. Laura says most of the winter is 50s here. That's nice. That would be. I don't know. I like snow though. I do like to see snow a little bit for Christmas.
Oh well.
Andrew's like, I could do without it.
And I was like, there's some cheap buildings in Baltimore.
Baltimore is nice. I do like Baltimore. Anna says pythons, goldfish, carp.
Oh, those ones are real aggressive too, aren't they?
I think so. Laura says our weather is milder because we are so close to the bay. Yeah. Anna says need snow. I like it. I do too. I would feel weird having Christmas without any snow.
You can look at a picture.
It's like you can put it on the TV.
Or travel to it.
Travel to it. Visit family. Right.
This one where the weather changes so often, it's not for me. I like Pennsylvania. I like where we live, but the weather changes a lot here, and that wreaks havoc on my sinuses.
Yeah, he does get.
And the older I get, the worse it gets.
The worse it gets. All right, we should get started. We're just chatting today. It's been an hour and a half.
Has it really?
Yeah. I mean, we went on about 10 minutes early before we started the live, but it's been an hour and 20 minutes or so. It's almost 9 o'clock. So you got some stuff ready?
Maybe.
You got some stuff ready? Let's flip this camera around. Let me get this going here. We got some kits for you tonight. Some new kits, never before seen. Andrew's making them here on the fly like we did yesterday. People seem to enjoy that. We had fun with you too. And we're going to price them as we go with really good prices like we did yesterday.
We're going to start with mixes.
Going to start with some mixes.
Luxury bee blends.
Luxury bee blends. These are going to be VX lots. So if you'd like to claim anything tonight, take down the lot number. This is VX1. Send it to us in an email at info@allegorygallery.com. First come, first serve. Let me get the other light here.
Ooh. Like somebody said, oh, you could always move to Canada. I don't know.
Move to Canada.
I don't think I'm built for that.
Yeah, I don't know that Andrew would last.
That's not optimal.
Although probably less changing of seasons. Like once it got cold, it just stays cold.
That's all right.
And this is VX for Vixen. We were trying to think if VX was anything in Roman numerals, and I was like, that's not. That would be like the other way would be 15, and I didn't realize it, but this is actually 5010. But
which is how many lives we've done,
right? But it would have a line over the V, which I didn't even know was a thing. I don't. You see, it shows how much I know about Roman numerals. But if the line were over the V, it's 5010.
Here you go, William. I can't reach over there.
Can't reach me?
No, I'm getting pushed further and further back.
Ooh, you made a lot of mixes already.
And I'm trying to make a few more.
Alright, we're going to do $10 on these again?
Sure.
$10 on these? Oh boy.
Yeah, I thought they look nice.
They do look nice. All right. Okay. Oh, let me get the banner up that tells you all that I just said, how to purchase. Streaming on the bottom of your screen now. Let's see here. We have, it's going to be $10 each, and there are 4 of them available. Anna says, really, how often do we use Roman numerals in daily real life? I know, not anymore.
It used to on the clock.
Yeah, but I didn't actually know that that was a thing with a line over it. So apparently any Roman numeral over 3,999, you can start doing the lines. So the 5 with a line over the top is 5,000. How about that? Huh? Learn something new every day, right?
Learn something old.
Learn something old every day. So this is a beautiful blue mix. Look at this mix. This is a luxury bead blend. Usually these are $12. Doing them at $10 for y'all tonight. This has some vintage sequins in it. It's got some roller beads in there. It's got some gemstones in there. Some vintage plastic, some check glass. It's got some super duos. Beautiful luxury bead blend VX1. I don't have anything to dump it out because Andrew's still using the tray. Maybe I can dump it in one of my bowls.
Yeah, maybe just keep it off to the side.
Pink. This thing's not probably going to show it up very well, though. Let me see if I've got a lighter color bowl. Oh, let's do this. There we go. Let's do this one. Look at that. Beautiful blues. Bring that light a little closer. Got these cubes in here. Love these. Those little sparkly things. Gemstones. These cylinder. Look at that. Fiber optic beads. These are like the ruler beads. These wavy discs, which I really love the wavy discs. There you go. So this is VX1, $10. There you go. VX1, $10. We've got 4 of them available. They come in a 2x3 bag. This is an example of one of them. Beautiful mix. Just mixed up by Andrew just now as we were talking at the beginning. He says, I thought the bead blends from yesterday looked really nice as well. Thank you. There are still many of those available if you're interested. VX1. Oh, get my screen going here. VX2. Let me put this up for y'all. It's going to be VX2. $10. And there are 3 of those. So this is a nice brown and amber. Getting ready for that mocha color, right? What do y'all think? Mocha mousse? Who's ready for mocha mousse? It's going to be a big thing. I don't know. We were watching Queer Eye. We started the 9th season last night, and I swear they know. They get the color early because that show always has. They always deal with the color of the year when it comes out. They always seem to know. So Tan was already wearing brown sweaters, and he was picking out brown fabrics um, for clothing. And so I think somehow they find out in advance. And of course, fashion designers find out in advance. And we're probably going to start seeing a lot of brown. There's probably already a lot of brown. I just haven't noticed. Normally, we look at architectural magazines and decor magazines and things like that, and fashion magazines. And you'll start seeing, we probably already have these colors, but normally you start seeing the color a little bit in advance of it being released to the public. So um, the mocha mousse. The mocha mousse was already starting to be shown in the Queer Eye, the first episode. And so get ready for some browns, right, everybody?
Brown is beautiful.
Brown is beautiful.
Just ask Barnaby.
Barnaby, he'll tell you. You know, he's getting more gray as he gets older. He's less of a little brown boy, but
You are matching.
huh?
You can be matching.
Matching.
Your hair used to have much darker hair.
I know, my hair's lightening too. We're all going gray around here.
We need that switcher follicle.
I know, I need to get my paths cleared.
What is that? Like enema?
An enema for your follicles. Flush them out.
I'm sure somebody's selling that on
I know, right? All right, so that's VX2. We've sold one of one and one of two so far. Thank you so much.
I bet I know who got it.
Two different people.
Ah,
Two
what?
different people. Anna says, had to restart, must have been Mercury. Did you miss two, Anna? Check here, let me go back just so you can see real quick. This was two. We're talking about the mocha mousse and the browns and how the brown is already showing in the Queer Eye.
Do people like it? I know some people.
That's what I asked. What do y'all think of the brown, the mocha mousse?
You know, at first I was kind of like,
Anytime they pick a neutral, I'm kind of like, because I want like something flashy or
yeah, I want more.
more oomph.
Like, I
Like
feel
let's
like
pick
a neutral is kind of like, all right.
that's kind of like a what do you call it?
I want
The
more
easy way out.
I want more of a statement myself.
Yeah. But anyway, Suzanne likes it. I do like it. I like browns.
It took a minute for me to be on board, to be honest.
Yeah. I looked at it and I had to get over the fact that it was a neutral and just be like, okay, this is really going to go with tons of different colors. You can put it with blue, you can put it with orange, you can put it with, so much.
And because we make wooden components, we actually use a lot of
Brown, yeah.
So, and I use, okay, so I have paint. Y'all know I paint. And of my paint, the paint that I use the most is brown.
Brown. Let me see if I can put this in. Get another little dish here, because this one I think needs to be poured out for y'all to be able to see this one.
Like I literally use raw umber the most.
Anna says, I think a neutral is what goes with the color of the year. The color itself is fine, though. Yeah, normally that's how I think of it, right? Like, you get a color, and then they pick a neutral palette that can coordinate.
Yeah, usually I like a little bit more of like a statement.
Yeah.
But, I get it.
Look how pretty this is. Let me get the light on it real good. You got some of those light blues and almost teal colors in there, some of the darker blues, some of those purples and pinks. So this is VX3. Oh, Dale's here. Dale says, watching from work, couldn't say anything earlier. It's busy around here tonight.
Oh boy. Hang in there.
Lena says, brown and white seem like a hard sell unless it's summer or winter. I don't know. I think because it can go with everything. And it's not like, it's like a lighter brown. I don't know. I think
I shouldn't hate on it because it's the color of my skin.
And like when you think of like the 70s and like the brown and oranges, and people wore brown all year. They had
That's
the
a little too much.
Huh?
That's too much.
I like it, but okay.
That's too much.
Anna says, I want to see a color from Pantone. Yeah, I get it. You want like pick a color, pick a real. But
like they said, there's a lot of coordinating colors to go with it. So
yep, it's a good color to bring everything together. I think that's partially a statement. That's what I got from it. That in my mind, it is, bringing people together, bringing colors together, it's a good unifying color. And we could use some of that.
Sure.
They seem to make statements like that sometimes.
They always do.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Is like, if you read some of the reports and kind of like the things that they're angling at, it's for sure.
Yeah.
Did you already show those ones?
I showed those ones.
I'm not fast enough.
You're not fast enough? Okay, I'll show them again. In case anybody missed them.
They're like, again.
Again and again and again. VX1. I didn't pour out VX2 though, because I didn't have a container. It's bright. Trying to see if I have. Box. Okay, maybe I can use that box. Because the VX2, I think, needs to be seen better.
Are there any mixes that people want to see? I would love
Like a specific color?
I can't promise anything because I don't really have any stuff, but...
So this is VX2.
Total Request Live, Mixed Edition.
Mixed Edition? Wouldn't that be something?
No.
You can be whipping them up real quick, those mixes. No. He's like, nah. This is really pretty, though. I like this. It's got those nice ambery colors. We've had a lot of amber lately.
Somebody said they wanted it.
I know. Anna says, color is an important indicator of mood. It's huge in psychological as well as physical well-being. Yeah. Anne says, what excites me about the Pantone color any year is the challenge to play with it and see what interesting combinations I can make.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it really gives you that boost of, challenging yourself. And like I was, with what was the last one? The Peach Fuzz. I was like, I don't know about this at first. But by the end, I really like Peach Fuzz.
That's the thing. Is like, I don't need my, confirmation bias. I don't need people to tell me that like, what I'm doing is necessarily the best. So, like, if somebody has an alternative opinion, like Brown, for example, then I'm like, all right, let's see it. Yeah.
Dominion says, any chance the Pantone is chosen to improve sales for larger corporations, like underpriced and overstocked inventory? No, usually it's the opposite way, is people are rushing to create inventory that has that color once they release it.
So they work, I don't know how much you're familiar with Pantone. So Pantone started off as a way of codifying colors so that industrial designers and graphic designers could have a common lexicon between people. So, because before they would say, "Oh, I want a green dress." Well, what does that mean? So you can send over a pattern, and it facilitate, and depending on like your monitor colors. It can change and stuff.
Yeah, when you're doing stuff for press, your color on your monitor may not be the same color as what the press is going to print out. So once they were able to codify all the colors, you could say, okay, Pantone color number this, 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 this. And when you sent it to your printer, they knew exactly how to combine the inks to make that specific color.
So a lot of they work specifically with. So the return reports are when they go to like Fashion Week and they work with these people for sometimes a decade out to develop their colors and different things like that. So maybe overstock, but generally speaking, they're the ones who are helping influence and create those. They're
Trends.
starting to make the trends, not just reporting on them.
It's kind of like that, the Devil Wears Prada and the Cerulean. If you ever watched that, that's kind of what that's about.
Yeah, and that's the first color. That's the first Pantone color was cerulean.
Cerulean. Yeah, it starts at the higher end of things and then trickles down, and in about 3 or 4 years, you'll see that color in a lot of the kind of big box stores or kind of discount stores once it filters through. Yeah, once it filters through the supply chain and filters through, you know, people getting used to it,
wanting it.
Yeah,
it's all about desire.
Like the high-end fashion people who like to buy that and wear that, they want whatever is new. It doesn't matter if it looks good. It doesn't matter like what they think of it. They're gonna buy it because that's what's new and that's what's it right now. But
I like it because their reports are almost like a secret decoder ring, and you can open up the newest issue of Vogue and take the Pantone color report, and it all you can see where they color
so I was saying, like,
things.
when you were out, I was talking about Architectural Digest, and you can see it in interior design. And you start opening interior design, and there's going to be brown all over the place now. And you'll see it. You'll notice it now, whereas before you may not have noticed it. Let me see here. So we've sold 2 of VX1 so far. So there's 2 of these left. VX2, we have sold all 3 of these. So that's gone. And VX3, nobody has gotten a VX3.
There you go.
Nobody wants the pink purple. Anne says, I remember when people were bummed by blue and pink, but it was fun.
I liked it.
Norma says, I'd like another red mix if I'm requesting, but you had Royal Road last night, but I already have a lot of that mix. We'll see what he can do.
Are you, William, do you have another? Because I forgot to put this.
In what?
I don't have a way of bagging this.
Oh.
You guys can do these ones.
Huh?
So there's one of this. This is the Halloween mix. And then there's a bunch of these, but I don't know because I can't bag them.
Anna was starting to describe and said, oops, Andrew is explaining Pantone. Anna says, my basis on Pantone is from my background in interior design, which is usually about 12 to 18 months behind fashion. I don't know about that anymore, because we see, like I said, in a lot of design magazines that we start looking at. Like,
they have print on demand now, too. So
that's true.
There's a lot of things that, you know, as a small artist, I can do a lot more than I used to be able to. Like, if we had, like before, if we wanted to do a run of t-shirts, we would have to spend thousands of dollars and do a run of t-shirts. Now, you can get one printed if you want, and you don't have to put any money down.
Yeah.
But that technology didn't exist, so.
No. All right. Next up.
There you go. Now you're feeling the crunch.
I know. What's going on over here?
There's multiple of the black one, but I didn't get to bag it.
Oh, okay.
I might do another red mix. I have some red beads here, but it will probably be towards the end.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 of these. These are pretty. I love this kind of that green. Laura says, so much of fashion is that light brown putty color. It's going to be, for sure. Dominion asks, so the color is detected as in consumer demand from the top first and with novelty as a factor prior to the Pantone color being selected and standardized. I don't think so.
What is it?
Asking the color being consumer demand.
No, not
It's kind of the other
necessarily.
way. They set the tone and people then demand it.
So basically, people were asking, their customers were asking them, they said, what is the next it color? And so they had a lot of research that goes into trend spotting. So they look at influencers, they look at the runway, they look at what manufacturers are buying.
What decades may be coming back.
Yeah, they look at popular movies that are supposed to hit. There's a lot that goes into what makes those selections, and I'm sure there's even more.
Yeah, they don't tell behind the scenes on everything.
No, I've been lucky enough to been invited to some of their like launches and stuff, and like I got invited for that blue one, and I couldn't go, but I got to attend virtually.
Yeah.
So that was nice.
Anna says, exactly. I think it takes less time to filter down. The Architectural Digest would show it soon, but the Furniture Warehouse people won't see it for a while.
No. I mean, that's one of those things that it's just going to take time.
Look at this. I love this. There's melons in there. Look at these colors. Blues and purples and greens, minty colors.
But an example of that, of like the overstock, would be birthstones. Now, birthstones, they looked at what they had the most of, and then they kind of parceled out what they had and what the supply chain could create. So a lot of that's just kind of like made up, which is fine. I mean, a lot of stuff is made up.
Yeah.
But
Oh, yeah. Domina says, I thought there could be demand created for it because material prices being lower prior and create a larger profit margin. I don't think, like, Pantone is separate from a lot of industries, or they're linked to industries.
What do you mean, though? Like, do they see, like,
Like a certain material is lower, so industry will have higher profit margins, so they pick that color that year.
I mean, that could. I mean,
we're not privy to everything, but
maybe.
But I think they're connected to many industries, but they're also separate from them all in a lot of ways.
I mean, I've sat in on.
Who knows if they sit down with Vogue and all these people and say, okay, what do you want to do this year?
I mean, we have in the bead world. We've sat down with industry leaders and we said, "What do you have a lot of? What do you want to sell?"
Yeah.
And
what are your customers asking for?
Well, and then sometimes, like, how far can you push customers to want certain things that they may not want?
Or not know that they want.
Well, it does. There's a correlation between, like, what you show and how often and who's showing it and different things like that. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think they had just like a lot of brown stuff to go in and be like, let's sell brown.
Let's sell brown. No, I don't, because I don't think there was a lot of the I just lost it again. Last year's color. Peach fuzz. I don't think there's a lot of peach fuzz just sitting around in not being used. I think a lot of people jump to create a lot of peach fuzz stuff or find vintage.
I don't know. I mean, it's a more complicated, because there is something to be said about the designers having access to certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And they do get pushed to use certain colors and stuff.
But they can also, a lot of the fashion, the fabric people, they make the color, they make the fabric. So, all right, we've sold one of the VX4s. I thought that would be much more popular than that. You never know. Never know. I need bags to put these in. Do you have big bags?
I'm sure.
I don't lose track of what is what. I guess I don't really need it for that one. That one has some.
That tray and we can swap, and then I'll fill all the bags and stuff. All like the bowls and stuff.
Oh, no, you don't need that. You need this and this one. And then VX5. VX5, $10. And we do have multiples of this one. Don't know how many X. He hasn't bagged it up. But this is it's a black and silver and gray. There's lots of daggers in there.
And there's some seed beads in there.
And seed beads and some of these little coin, kind of the top drilled coin beads.
Yeah, that kind of pink and purple, that's kind of based off of a Maxfield Parrish painting. And we had one before that was similar, but I changed it. So there's a lot more softer colors.
Mm.
Because before it was mostly like the metallics.
So all of these mixes, $10 a bag. You get a 2x3 bag stuffed full of the bead blend that Andrew is making. This one has the daggers in the silver and gray and black colors with the black seed beads. Has some coins in there.
If you need the thing.
Let me dump this one out for y'all. Because this one is really sparkly. And you see it. Get the light on there. Look at that. Anna says, love Parrish even though his landscapes seem unrealistically perfect.
That's alright.
Dream of the perfection, right?
I want perfect landscapes.
Right?
We lived, when we lived in Bolivar, some of our skies were like that. But we lived up on a ridge.
Oh, they were beautiful sunrises and sunsets up there.
Mm-hmm. Like, I won this photo contest just by snapping a picture of our satellite with a pretty background.
Yeah, our satellite internet company ran a contest, and he snapped it of a beautiful sky with the satellite, and he won an iPad.
And he was so eager to open it.
He didn't open it for about a month and a half or 2 months. And I'm like, don't you? It drove me crazy. I'm like, how do you have an iPad and you don't open it for a month or more? I think it was actually like 3 months. And I was like, it's going to be outdated by the time you open it. It was making me crazy.
I was like, I'm not ready for it yet.
Yeah.
And he's like, I can set it up.
I can get it set up for you. I can get all your stuff syncing.
Did they have syncing back then?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We just we weren't able to do it as much because we were over the satellite. But then finally he set it up, and he did use it for quite a while.
I would probably still be using it if it still worked.
If it still worked.
It works. It still turns on. But as far as like working, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's very limited. And plus, it's bigger, and I prefer to use my phone. My phone is huge,
Yeah, he has the big iPhone.
so I don't.
I get the smaller sized one. So
Yeah,
this is
it kind of hurts my knees. Though. I notice like this one hand always has like cramps in it
cramps
now, and I think it's because.
of your phone.
Because now I hold up for like hours and hours.
Yeah. Like I said, if I could use one device and one device only, I would use my iPad. I would choose the iPad. If it could do everything I needed it to do, I would rather have the iPad with a keyboard. I definitely want the keyboard attachment though. I hate typing on the screen. Andrew types novels on his phone. That makes me crazy. I'm not good at that. I cannot. I need a keyboard. A real keyboard.
The thing that's bothering me now is that most of the places that I type stuff, it has like AI filters and it keeps changing my stuff.
Yeah, it's only gonna get worse.
And it's making me a little bit not happy because I'll write something out and then I'll post it and then I'll look at it and there's all these errors because the AI decided to change all the stuff.
Yeah. There's
So it makes me look dumber than I actually am. I was like, that should be the
the
opposite.
opposite. Well, the new I don't have the newest Apple phone. Our Apple phones cannot do Apple AI, which I think is kind of a good thing right now. I'd rather give it a year or two before we upgrade to actually see what Apple AI is going to end up being like. But um, I have it on the computers, and I do my text messaging a lot of times through the computer, and it is kind of annoying because like it already preemptively has answers to people, and if you accidentally tap or hit the wrong thing, it starts loading that answer up.
And so you have to spend all this time deleting it.
Yeah. And or ignoring it. It's like all colorful. They're trying to make it nice, and it's all these colorful letters coming up and words coming up. But I'm not a fan yet. I I went to school to learn how to write. Like I would rather write myself. I know that's maybe the old way of thinking about it, but and I'll probably come around in time. I usually do to technology, but Anna says, I wish you could opt out of the AI. You know what? I read this thing, which it's like doom saying now, but they're talking about how the potential for AI to further separate people from one another because every company is going to start, every company has their AI, and the more they learn about you, the more and the smarter AI gets. So their thing was like if you watch football, for example, or baseball, they're going to be able to. The AI is going to learn that it's going to start filtering your worldview to show you more of what you want, which is in theory a nice idea, right? Um, so you use AI and it filters out things and shows you the things more like you want to see. And like I like sciencey stuff, so it should be able to filter out more science articles for me. But what's going to end up happening, or possibly could happen, is that AI is going to get smart enough where it's going to start writing the articles. And if there's no governing body that says that these have to be factual, it could start writing anything. And
That's
so
already a thing.
you're going to start getting curated articles that match what you think and how you think to make you want to watch more of it so that they can pull you in and learn more about you and get more ad money and show you more ads. But it's not going to actually mean that the things that are being written are factual or actually written by anyone anymore. And as Anna said, narrow your worldview. It's going to narrow your worldview into thinking that the world is exactly how you think. So there's going to be less of a challenge to your worldview. And it could get very, very interesting. Lena says students are already using it to write papers for school. Yeah, they are. And it's going to be to the point where You're not going to even have to prompt it to write stuff for you. It's just going to start writing you articles that may not even be researched, may not even be true, but they're going to support your worldview.
Or clickbait.
Or clickbait, right? Or they're going to support the opposite of your worldview to make you angry and make you comment and make you worked up about anything.
It's like those celebrity death notices.
Yeah. Yeah, how many times do you see celebrity death notices that aren't true anymore? They just make them up to get you to click on them. And this is such a scary thing. We need to broaden our worldview.
I'm hopeful.
Yeah, I mean, that was like somebody being like, this is one of the worst things that could happen with it. This is we have one of these mixes from the Halloween mix left. Just one of them left. And VX6, $10 if you're interested in that. Let me show you. I'll dump this out too for you.
And I try to make those mixes so that, you know.
Yeah, you will get this exact one. It has these beautiful, I love these. Look at this one right here. Anna says, I love that mix. Look at that right there. It has the goldstone in there, goldstone chips. My sister said her work colleague used AI to write everything. We lament the loss of the value of writing in our society. Yeah, it's going, and I'm one of those hopeful people that I think I wish we'd get to a point where AI could do a ton of stuff for us, and then we can just, spend more time creating and having time off, and our work days get shorter, and
the opposite.
But I don't see that.
We're going to be the labor to keep the AI going.
Keep the AI going. Yeah, like I would love it that we used AI for a good cause and, gave ourselves a break and everybody got more time with their families and more time to do things. But
we're going to become the servants of the AI.
I know.
Perfect.
Linda says, right now, if they don't have what you search for, they make up sources. It's how they catch students who plagiarize. It's just getting more difficult as AI gets better. Yeah, it's a lot of things are going to get more difficult. A lot of things are going to get easier. It's going to be a mixed bag for a long time, I think. But, it's here. It's not going anywhere. It's been decided we're going to use AI. So
there's a designer, and she posted this picture, and all these people are like praising her, but it's clearly AI. Like, I know it's AI. She knows it's AI.
Yeah.
So, but there's all these people who are like, they're trying to question that it's AI.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, it's AI.
It's AI. It's definitely AI.
And then, then she got caught. So then she's trying to say, oh, I'm just sharing it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't actually make it.
Yeah. Well, then why'd you say you made it?
Well, she didn't directly say that she made it, but she inferred.
Yeah.
That she made it. And all these people are like, oh, you're so talented, you're so talented.
And she's not outright saying
that she didn't
make it. All right. So this one has this beautiful pendant with this lovely amethyst. So you get that in this kit. You get these two. These are, is that blue chalcedony or is that a dyed agate? Dyed agate. I thought it was a dyed agate. Dyed agate. And then these, I don't know, these are like a pineapple quartz?
Pineapple quartz.
Yeah, they look like pineapple quartz. And these pineapple quartz are about 10 millimeters. And this is right, William. I think that was an original idea of AI. Yeah, it should give us our lives back, right? That should be the point. And VX7 is already claimed. I've not even given you a price on it yet. Thank you so much. We'll make it a good price for you. 9.5 millimeter strand of this. This is glass, right? Yeah. So what do we want to price this at, Andrew? It has this, the pineapple quartz, and the two of these. I don't know. Is this silver on here?
That's a good German silver.
German silver.
I would say maybe 14.
I was just going to say 14, so there we go. And that has been claimed already, $14. Somebody knew they wanted that already. Thank
I
you.
know, but be careful with that because you don't do take backsies.
They trust us. Guess if you know what you want.
And you'll spend any price to get what you want.
Oh, Anna says, I need that pendant, need for Christmas or my daughter's birthday. Send me an email so I know to ship that out quick for you then if you need it for Christmas, Anna. Remind me. Send me an email to remind me. I'll try and get that out the door for you as soon as I can. VX8. VX8. Look at these pearls. These are like a yellow-green vintage freshwater pearl strand. Isn't that cool? I think that's a really pretty color. So you get that pearl strand. Those pearls are around 5 millimeters, 5.5 millimeters. You get this strand of check glass, faceted rondelles. These are 8 millimeters. And then you get these green floral beads. I think those are a hand-carved jade. They're really, really pretty. And these are approximately 14.5 millimeters. Excuse me. Thank you. Anna says, sweet for St. Patrick's Day. I know, right? This would be a great one for St. Patrick's Day.
Gilbert keeps trying to bust in.
I know, he's so cute. You hear him on the doors.
When he talks, he goes, hello.
Yeah. So this would be at least $12 for that strand.
Yes.
This would be like $6. $7. So that's 19. And then these.
Maybe we do 16.
Yeah, let's do 16.
Those pearls are a beautiful kind of like an apple-y green.
Yeah, they're like a goldeny.
Golden delicious.
Oh,
but a little bit
green. Yeah,
and
they're
really glowing.
Yeah, they're really nice. So that's VX8, $16 only. And like I said, I think maybe at some point, maybe we'll do a once we ship these out to everybody, maybe we'll do a make-along, a creative make-along where you use one of these kits during the make-along and have to use it to make something, whether you add to your own or not, but use every piece of it to make something. I think that would be
good at that.
Huh? I know, it was from Anne's idea. Because Anne shared, if you didn't see Anne's blog post where she shared some of her old posts from the Andrew Thornton D-Stash group way back when, that's what she used to do, is grab some of these and then make something completely using the kit or the lot. And I think that would be a great idea to do that in a creative make-along. So everybody grab one of these for a creative make-along in the near future. And we'll all hang out together and make some good stuff. So this is nice in there. This is a vintage button, I believe, that's been bezel set. It's in brass.
That's one of my buttons.
It's one of Andrew's buttons he sent away. It had them bezel set.
I got it from Ava.
It has fruits, little cherries, a little pear, a little lemon, a little banana, a little apple in there.
It's a vintage German.
Vintage German button. And then this is red aventurine triangles. We're getting really low on these. People love them. They're ombre to go lighter to darker to lighter. So you get this. This is an $8 strand in the store. As you can see, that's our tag. And then, is this also red aventurine?
Yeah.
Red aventurine rounds, which are 6mm smooth rounds. You get a full strand of those. So this button, I forget how much these are in the store. We still sell these. These are not inexpensive.
I think they were 16.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're like $14 or $16, I think. And then you have this, so 8, 16, 24, 32. Well, probably between 28 and 32.
For that one, I would say maybe 22.
Let's do 22. 22. Because I think these are between 14 and 6. These are that in itself. So VX9. Oh, by the way, VX8 has sold. Thank you so much. VX9, $22. This is so cute. This is so pretty, and it's just adorable.
Mm-hmm.
I love those little fruits. Yeah, it did. Love those little fruits.
That one was worth it.
Mm-hmm. It's probably about 28 to 32 retailed for $22. VX9. VX10. Y'all enjoying this? How y'all doing out there? It's gotten a little quiet since we stopped talking tech and color. Now everybody's just watching. Ooh, look at this lusciousness. So first, you get these pearls. These little beauties. They're kind of a coppery color. Coppery orange, coppery amber. They match really well with these beads below. These are vintage freshwater. And then you get this pendant, amber pendant.
Yeah.
That's real amber too, isn't it? It looks like with an amethyst on top. Super light.
There's garnet on top.
Oh, is it garnet? Yeah, that makes sense. That's garnet. Get the color right. So you get that. And then you get I love these beads. Are these Czech or German?
Those are.
Or something else?
I bought them in antique Czech.
Antique Czech.
There's that crossover.
The crossover back, yeah. When all the Czech people fled to Germany. Beautiful. And these beads are 13.7. Yeah, about 13 and a half by 6.8. The pearls are about 4.5. And this pendant, about 18.2. Oops, screen's going dark. By about 33. And what do we want to put a price on these? I don't know how much this pendant would be worth. It is stamped 925. It is sterling.
What's in the rest?
The pearls.
That's like $10.
It's at least 10. The pendant.
Like 20 something.
And then these.
Those are like 50 cents a piece.
There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 of those. So it's $8.
So
8, 18.
38. So it's about 38 retail.
Yeah. At least 38 retail.
Let's do 28.
28. VX10, $28. This is a beautiful pendant, and I just noted it was stamped 925 just now. That's sterling silver. sterling silver pendant with amber and garnet. That's probably what you'd pay for that. At probably even more nowadays.
Silver's kind of expensive.
Yeah, it is. And that's a lot of work to do that double layered.
Stone on stone.
Stone on stone setting that they're doing there.
That's a technique that was kind of done by this artist named Michael Boyd.
All right. VX11. So what did everybody have for dinner? We didn't ask the dinner question tonight. We said we're going to have some pizza and salad, I think, tonight. I'm ready for it. I could eat it right now.
Me too.
So this is Amazonite.
Lots of Amazonite.
Lots of Amazonite. All Amazonite. All Amazonite. It's about 10 millimeter faceted rounds in Amazonite. And then we've got the Amazonite in the kind of the simple cut, slightly tumbled nuggets. And these are approximately 8.5 millimeters by about, come on, what are you doing? 8.5 by about 10.5. They vary a little bit on the length. And this is beautiful color Amazonite. It is, right? And this is veggie pizza and fruit. That sounds good. That's about what we're going to have. We're going to have mushroom pizza. And then we have a mushroom and truffle pizza. And then we have a, I just lost the word for it. The margarita pizza, but it's a DiGiorno margarita, which is not the fancy kind. And then we have a salad with Asian sesame dressing. I don't know. We are addicted to those. I don't know if you have them, the bag salads. Aldi sells them. Our Giant Eagle now sells them, and Walmart even sells them. These Asian salads.
I love them.
I know. They have like fried wonton pieces with almonds, shaved almonds, and then the sesame dressing. And it is delicious.
They're so fast.
Yeah, you just pour them in a bowl. Done.
You know,
How much you want for this Amazonite lot? Amazonite lot.
I don't know.
Do 14 on that.
That's a good deal.
I think let's do it at 14. Let's see if anybody will take. We haven't had a taker since 8, so we're on 11.
Likes these, then.
Huh?
Nobody
likes them. Well, the other one, like that one was 28 and 22. They were a little bit expensive.
So do you want more inexpensive lots?
Lennis had the veggie pizza and fruit. Pam had pasta with bolognese sauce.
That sounds good.
Mm-hmm. Anna says the margarita pizza is one of my favorites. I love a good margarita. Like if you get
these ones are okay.
Yeah, this is DiGiorno. They're just like diced tomatoes,
but,
and the basil's like
margarita pizza is one of my favorite.
Like you get the big pieces of cheese on there with the tomatoes, the mozzarella, and then the big pieces of basil.
Yeah, one of my favorites. Tomato and basil is one of my favorite food combinations.
I love basil.
Me too.
Norma's still eating Pittsburgh chipped ham sandwiches. You're gonna make yourself sick on them, right, Norma? That's what we do. You find something you like again, and you just go crazy. Anna says, I like the bag salads too. Anna says, I like the variety of price points. That's good. Yeah, there's also another bag salad that we get that I like. I forget which one it is. The poppy seed. Poppy seed dressing is really good too. And that's one you can generally find in all 3 places. I don't know why my camera it's like zooming in and out sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like jumping. I don't know why.
It's switching cameras.
It's doing something weird. Ooh, what is this one?
Dana Fisher.
Oh.
It's some of the last of the last.
Yeah, I'll probably never see that any more of those.
I tried to get in contact with her a couple of years ago, but I never heard back. So
Yeah.
during the pandemic, she moved at some point, and I don't know.
And it says, is anyone seeing a foggy area in the right top? That's from my light. The light's close to, it's glaring off of the camera, the way the angle is. So I'm trying to keep stuff down here because it is foggy up there. So this is Dana Swisher bead or pendant, that little ceramic fox
Or dog.
super cute. And then this is cultured sea glass nuggets, and I probably have the size written on here. They are 18 by 11 millimeters, an 8-inch strand. So that was $6. This I think is like $12. So it's like $18 together. Do it for 14 or 12.
Do 12.
The magic number 12. We'll see how it goes.
If somebody, you scared William. He won't post.
I don't post anything at $12 anymore. No more $12. VX12. We're gonna try it. $12. We'll see if anybody grabs this. That pendant is probably worth $12 right there. That's a simple little lot. 2 things.
I'm trying to make something just enough so it doesn't get too expensive.
Yeah. Oh, VX12 sold. Thank you so much.
That must be okay to post it then.
VX13 coming up for y'all. Ooh, this is a fun one. What all's in here? So you get an S hook. Look at that. That's really pretty. S hook toggle. And then you get this little metal shield pendant or charm. And then you get this.
I love those.
These little kind of mercury glass looking pairs.
We imported that.
And they were $9 for the strand originally.
And that we probably will never be able to get again.
And it says Dana Swisher, who does the faces and skulls. Yes. Yes. Yeah, sometimes she does pendants like that too that aren't the skull faces.
One time she sent a whole thing of dongs. And I was like, what am I supposed to do with this? Dongs and aliens.
Dongs and aliens.
But we don't have any more, so.
I know, right? Must have sold them. So. And then smooth agate pebbles. This is a really pretty strand. Look at that. Ooh, I like that. I like when they have a little bit of carnelian in there. VX13. So that's a lot in there. That's already 22 for these. And then I don't know what these would be worth.
I don't know.
Do this one for 18?
Do it 16.
16? Oh, it's already sold too.
18.
He's like, could have done it for 18. I will give you a good deal. 16. Thank you so much. Somebody liked something in there. Yeah, this I think we imported ourselves, right? No one else had it before.
I don't think people have it now. I don't know if that company is still around, to be honest.
Pam. Oh, go ahead. Pam is asking, said, I found a shell on the Alaskan beach last June. Can I use a Dremel tool to drill a hole in it without breaking it?
Sure. You need to use a diamond bit and do underwater.
On a sponge is helpful, right?
Yeah.
Helps buffer the vibrations a little bit.
Sure.
Boy, we had 20 people while we were just chatting, and now we have 9 people watching.
Wow.
We're just going to do talking hour. Yeah, these are the shoppers, right? Versus the talkers. So this is this earthenwood?
Uh-huh.
Earthenwood.
She don't make that anymore.
No. So these are earthenwood tile beads or pendants, charms, connectors. And then the check glass hemsas.
We imported those too.
Yeah, we did. These are 15 by 4 millimeters, 15 by 14 millimeters. And this is loved earthenwood.
She's still around. She just don't make any more for her in my closet.
Yeah. And then this is a vintage check glass with this kind of.
She just got married.
Did she?
Uh-huh.
Vintage check glass with like a granite look to it, which is really cool. Stone look, but vintage check glass tubes. These are approximately 5 millimeters by 16 and a half. These are approximately 17 and a half. And what do we want to do on this one? About 15 for the 2 strands.
And about 8 for the.
About 8 for the pair.
So what's that?
That's 23.
16.
16. VX 14.
That's some best friend prices.
That is. Lena says she's making these awesome Mothman wall plaques.
Mm-hmm.
She makes some cool wall art.
Recently.
And it says, yes, we were just talking about that.
Spooky, creepy.
Spooky, creepy stuff. Pam says, thanks, Andrew.
Welcome.
All right. VX.
It got quiet.
Got quiet. Everybody's getting quiet. Everybody losing energy? What's happening?
He's like asleep.
I'm like ready to take a nap.
Right.
Maybe turn that heater on a little bit. It's getting chilly over here now.
Is it?
I'm chilly. Are you getting warm now? We switched. He was cold earlier and I'm like sweating.
Of course, that's the way.
And now I'm cold and he's over there sweating probably.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Never can we be the same.
No, that would be inconvenient.
Or too convenient. Anna says there are fireworks going off in town. What's that for?
They're probably trying to keep warm.
Trying to keep warm. This is a fun little one. This is a shorty kit. It's just got these pearls though are really cool. These are those top drilled and they're like a yellow green kind of color. These 6 millimeter. Yeah, about 6 millimeter. You can get a whole strand of those vintage freshwater. I love these because I love how they sit if you turn them into a bracelet. Look at that. Love those. And then these tile beads. And these are about 14 and a half to 15 millimeters. And you get 2, 4, 6, 7 of those. And that's the kit. And what do we say on that? This is probably like what, 22 for that?
Let's do 12.
Holy moly. Andrew's pricing stuff to sell.
Let's do it. Get that energy going.
Get that energy going. I like that idea.
Maybe.
VX15. $12 for that. That's like a $22 strand right there.
The top girl.
Yeah.
And that lemony yellow.
And that lemony limey color, lemon lime.
Right. 7-Up.
7-Up. VX15. VX16. Let me check my junk mail too. I didn't do that before.
Make sure nothing's going over there.
Make sure, yeah, no one's heading into junk. We're good so far.
Oh, good.
Got it trained. Every time there's a system update, though, sometimes it starts to, especially this new AI that's going to start happening.
Okay.
Yeah, the Apple Mail, which was what we use, is going to start doing the thing that Gmail does with the promotions tab and the important tab. Like, it's going to try to sort your mail for you.
Oh, I saw that. I'm not a big fan of that because I want to be able to be the one that sorts it.
Yeah. Like, if it's good, that's one thing. But I used to lose track of a lot of things in Gmail when that first came out, so I turned it off.
I still lose track of stuff. I don't use that.
So this is these tile beads in this beautiful, deeper kind of orangey color. Orangey brown. Goodness, it's like clay. I like that color.
What's today, Thursday?
Yes.
There's a new Matlock.
Oh, I got to go to the store tomorrow too. 15 millimeters.
Enjoy. I
This
thought
is
about going with you, but
4 millimeter fire polish strand.
I'd rather not.
You'd rather not. Uh-huh. And then these beautiful freshwater pearls, vintage, about 4.5 millimeter in this orangey coppery color.
He's like, oh, I have a tickle.
I have a tickle.
He's like, I can't go to the.
Can't go to the store tomorrow.
There's snow and a tickle.
I know. Yeah, we'll see what the weather's like.
Oh, there it goes.
We'll see what the weather's like. Going over that mountain, you know. He's like, there's another way to go. That's a mountain too.
Yeah.
Look at that. Beautiful colors. How much for this lot? I think this is probably like at least 12. We're lowballing that. This is 5 in the store. That's 17. And then like 18, 19, somewhere in there.
How much is the fire polish?
That's usually 5 a strand.
Let's do
12 again on that one.
Sure.
12 again. VX16.
Do a deal.
That is a deal. Getting the good deals tonight.
Is there anything anybody's looking for? Any colors? I can do colors. I can't do like specific. I know Lena said she wanted red.
Norma wanted red. I know. Norman wanted the red mix anyway.
Oh, so more red mix?
Yeah. Because she liked that red mix we got her in the store, but we don't have any more of that particular one.
I don't remember what it looked like.
It was all red. Bright. It's kind of bright red, if I remember correctly. I don't know if it was one of the... We did the rainbow series.
I don't know. I don't remember, so... There's that.
There's that. Look at this. And this is it snowing in Ligonier? I just saw radar just now. No snow here. I don't know.
You didn't look out the window.
It doesn't appear that it's snowing, but we can't see because I'm looking out the dark window. This is a piece of large turquoise. Charlie, are you out there? Charlie, can you hear me? Large piece of turquoise. I know. It's a nice, large, beautiful turquoise bead. 24 by 30.
That's from my private collection.
That has good color to it. And then you get these tile beads again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of them this time.
That's from the check.
Check. And then you get this whole strand of jaspers.
No, that one is probably.
And this is what kind of jasper is it?
Beautiful.
Yeah, I don't. Is that Red Creek?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. I don't really know my jaspers very well.
Yeah, it's got red though. It's got green. It's got the beige. And this is LOL looks Red Creek. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not great on jaspers, but it's really pretty. And these are 8mm smooth rondelles.
Those retail for probably about $20-something.
20 plus these.
And those are about, you said,
That's what?
They're about 50 cents a piece.
Yes.
And you said there's 10 or 11.
11.
So that's 5.
Yep. So 25 plus this, which is probably 8 at least.
Probably more.
Yeah.
So how much is that?
25, 32, 33, 34, 35, somewhere in there.
What about 18?
Oh,
So half off.
He's really trying to make you buy tonight.
You said they stopped buying.
They did. Haven't had anything since 13. That one just sold. Thank you so much. Lena says, I'm too specific because I have a vision. I'd like some agate or jasper with cream tones, 12mm.
Agate or jasper and cream tones.
12mm.
Round?
What shapes? Anna says, good deal. Yeah, that's a really good deal.
Are you sure you're not hot?
Andrew's disrobing over here. I'm actually really cold. My toes. Something is got really cold down by my toes.
Yeah, it's too bad I can't put the heater in front of your feet because
that would be nice.
I need to go beneath the permafrost layer.
Can it stretch right to here?
I don't know. There's too much junk in the way.
I bet it could do it.
Maybe later. It's fine.
VX, what was that? 17. This is 18. Anna says that's not always a bad thing, Lennis. To be specific, no.
This is it.
Huh? Cream? That's not cream, is it?
It's creamy.
Creamy. I think a cream like a brown cream color, like white and kind of brown creamy color.
What kind of cream you drinking? Got dulce de leche cream.
Dulce de leche cream.
He's like, brown? That's not cream. You're describing tan.
Not quite tan. Lena says rounds, but I'll look at others. Anna says, I just saw I have this emoji, the fire emoji, to warm you up. Thank you. I could use it. Look at this little cute strand. This little fire strand. This looks like a fire kit. This help you warm up, right? Help me warm up. It looks like a fire. You got this little orange and red fire beads. About 3.7mm on those. And then you have these two. I think these are vintage check. About 12mm by 12mm. And then what is this little button, apple button? Vintage button that is, you can see the button goes through that way. Little apple. Little apple. So, how much for that?
Not expensive.
No. Like $6?
Sure.
Okay, $6. That's about what that strand would be worth. The rest of it's included for free. That's the way I look at it. That Apple button is pretty cool, though. That's a vintage Annis's bargain. I know, right? That's a single-digit kit right there. Single digits.
You don't want single digits for the weather.
No.
For kit prices.
Kit prices, it's nice, right? Who's all out there still? Say hi if you're out there. Love to hear from you. Don't have too many people speaking up. Hello, hello. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Well, say something interesting.
He says, say something interesting. I don't know. We get to showing stuff and everyone stops the chatting. I just talk about tech, everyone starts talking again. But I gotta show the beads. Can't do both. Look at this. This is big glass. Glass? This is glass. Yes. Look at these honkin' big glass beads. Faceted, 20 millimeters by about 24 and a half. And I said, are these tiny pearls? Those are tiny pearls. Look at that. Tiny pearls. They're like little button pearls, right? Is that what they are with the flat, when they're flat in the bottom and rounded? I think they call them button pearls. And these are 4 millimeters. Boy, that's right on. That was like 4. There was 3.9. I was like, that was like right on 4 millimeters. Those are super nice. And then you get this, I think this is an AG Fine Pewter Leaf bead. So how much do we think on this one? Andrew?
You can come up with it.
I don't know how much were these?
Maybe like 8.
8. And then this would be at least probably 14, so that's what, 22, 24, somewhere in there. Let's do it for 16. 16, VX9. VX9, 16. I think that's a good deal. These are beautiful. Like, I bet those would be great in like a sun catcher or just as a pendant on their own. They're beautiful glass beads. VX19, $16. That's probably well worth it just for that. I'd probably put that pearl strand at 18 itself. Anna says, I'd like some little pearl rounds or gemstone rounds, a variety of color possibilities. I know I packed some micro faceted in there, but we'll see what we get. VX20. So we have about 10 lots to go tonight. Thank you.
Okay.
Ooh, these are fun. So you get those. So these are, check out that shape. That's a wild shape right there. It kind of matches the flow of that colored glass inside there. And these are top to bottom about 17 and a half. And that's about 15 and a half. You get 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 of those. And this is vintage. Those are definitely vintage. Or do you mean vintage? Oh, mint chocolate chip. Yeah. And then this sparkly goodness. I don't know what this is. It feels like a stone. I'm trying to see if there's any white in that at all. Oh, it might be a sardonyx. There's a little bit of white, I think, in it. Onyx or sardonyx. And that's a faceted round at 4.5 millimeters. And is saying spinel. I don't think it's spinel. It's not heavy like a spinel. And it has a little bit of white, clearish in there. So I think it's sardonyx, but mostly black. And then you also get the lava bead strand. So let's say this would be at least, I'm going to lowball it here at like 14 for that, like 8 for that, like 22. The vintage glass, 1, 2, 3, 4, $4. So like 28, 26 to 28. Let's do, let's do 14. Low price, $14 VX20. That might be the deal. Then I gave a really good price on that.
I don't know. For those ones, that price is pretty low.
That's true too. So there's that VX20.
Is anybody making anything?
Yeah, y'all working on any projects tonight? What are y'all working on? What's happening? Any exciting news going on for y'all?
Is anybody doing any shows coming up?
Yeah, you got any holiday shows, or holiday shows mostly over for y'all?
No, there's people doing that.
So there's still people doing it. Any of y'all got any going on?
Ours isn't even until the 21st.
And this is Perfect Santa cool beads. Yeah, you can get cool in your stocking.
How do you say that wrong?
Cool. Why?
Cool.
Why I say it wrong?
Just with the accent.
And it says, I'm chilly. I have my feet covered up. Me too. My feet are cold. Look at these check glass Buddha heads. They were $6 a strand. Then we have these white, milky, creamy rounds. Make Andrew laugh over there. 8 millimeters.
That's the like skim milk.
Yeah, that's definitely like skim milk.
So maybe not full fat. They took some of it out.
Skim milk.
It's got that. You know how skim milk is slightly blue?
Yeah, green or blue.
Maybe not green. Skim milk is green.
Oh no, it has
blue, like light blue undertone. If it's the green color, you should probably
not drink it. Lena says Anna has a holiday show in her group. I'm in love with the Nutcracker earrings. I'll have to check that out. I haven't been in Facebook enough.
Are you in that group?
Anna says, thanks so much, Lena. I don't know if I'm in that group. Am I in that group?
Is it the 5 friends one?
What group is it, Anna? Plug the group. Norma says, I'm putting earrings on cards for the church vendor market on Sunday and putting some clasps on necklaces, making bracelets tomorrow. Yeah, good luck. How's that going? How's the making going? And then these are quartz, and they are, this one's definitely looks like a rutilated.
The tourmaline piece that you made, Linus, look good.
Beautiful quartz. I don't know what to even price this one at. These quartz beads, I would probably do it $2 to $3 a bead. 6, 12, and then this one would be about 12, so about $24 retail. We'll do it for 16.
Which one? Just go make it maybe 14.
14. 14. Let's see here. Anna says, nice, Norma. Norma says, Anna, thanks. I've never sold things before. Excited about that. Anna says, is it Saga House? Saga House? I don't know how it's pronounced. Components Group. It's a 5-friend show. Last weekend, it ends on the 15th. I'm going to have to look and see if I'm in that group. VX21 has sold. Thank you so much. The little extra price reduction got it.
Okay.
Got it sold.
Get it done.
Get it done. Norma says it's going okay. I have 23 pairs of earrings and a few necklaces so far. The short time frame is making me a little crazy because it's new to me. Boy, 2 people like that one. Only have the one.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I think I have another strand of that.
Got another strand of the Buddhas. Another strand of the thing.
I don't know about the Buddhas, but
Maybe make one similar and see. Anna says, I totally understand that. Yeah, the short time frame is not easy, right?
some people thrive off of it. My friend Mary Beth, we were talking the other day, and she says, I love the holiday season. She's like, all the rest of the year, I don't have no energy and don't want to do anything. But she thrives under a deadline. So, and she get up and go. We're in a class together, and she moves. She just boom, boom, boom. I'm like, I just opened my package, and
Anna says, LOL, I'm guessing I was a bit late on the Buddhas. Yes, you did not get that one. Thank you, though. Thank you for trying. That just means you can save money for the next one, right?
hopefully it did.
I know. Waiting to see. See what he's making down there.
Wow.
Whipping up some stuff. Should go turn on the oven right now. Get that oven preheating.
Who's doing this?
I
And the
should.
splitting of the body?
I should, I said.
Oh, I was like,
No,
you
you're...
make kits, or do you want
Give them a little break, a little interlude. Should I go through and do a recap?
No.
No, he's like, I got it.
Do this
The recap worked yesterday.
Well, go ahead, do it.
Here, give me that. What are you doing? I don't have to put it in a bag.
Well, do you want a bag or not?
I do want a bag, but
Don't complain.
don't complain. All right. Let's see. This is similar to another one. I'll make sure I price it realistically.
Well, that'd be like, what, $12? How many of the little tiles are there?
2, 4, 6, 8, 9.
So, it's like 4, 14, do 12.
$12. VX22. These tile beads. And it says, "You LOL, you guys are so funny." We try. We try. 4.5 millimeters.
One of my friends, they have one of their stove or oven is hooked up to the Wi-Fi. They don't even have to get out of the bed.
Just turn it on. That's kind of nice, but at the same time, that's another thing to go wrong.
I know. Like, what if you accidentally press the button?
Or you ask one of those voice assistants to do something and it turns on the oven instead.
I don't know.
Like we have a plug now in the coffee pot that we can turn on and off, and at one point it started where we turned off the coffee pot, it turned off like the whole house.
Yeah.
And it didn't used to do that.
It does that now.
But yesterday it was okay. I turned it off and it turned off okay. Must have gotten its bearings back. But Anna says old married couple. Yep. Yep. Officially. I just got an email from Tumblr. Is Tumblr still a thing?
Yeah. They took all the porn off, so then nobody. There was like a mass exodus.
Yeah, that used to be safe for the corn, and now they can't go there anymore.
I mean, even if you don't want it, it seems like not as many people use it. So
Yeah. VX23 coming up. Yeah, I didn't even know. Like, I haven't been on Tumblr. I don't know how. I just assumed that
it went away.
it went away.
Now you can find your own bag.
Oh, well then, fine. I will. Look at these. These are pretty.
Those are those check ones.
I know. We haven't had this color one before.
We had them in like a random mix, and I don't think people enjoyed that.
I like these.
So this will give you a little
These
bit.
would make beautiful little earrings. These
Little quick, like.
Yeah, super quick. Put a little stone on there and wrap it and be done. Or put a little piece of amber. These would be look good with amber. These have a lot of different colors in them. So you get those 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 this time. And then you get this strand of pearls. This is a nice strand of pearls.
And then I keep losing the cutters. The most important thing, I keep losing the cutters.
I don't know. What are you doing with them?
I don't know. They were here, and now they're not.
These are about 7mm pearls, freshwater vintage. This little peachy kind of color. VX23. Let's see. What do we say? 50 cents a tile on these we were doing?
Yeah.
So $1, 2, 3, 4, $5 there. And then this strand is probably at least a $16 strand. So about a $21 deal right there. Do it for 12? You think?
Let me see that pearl again. Maybe 14.
14? I was going back and forth in my head. What's that noise? Oh, a heater turned on up here. VX23, $14. What else? What else is going on? I'm trying to think if I have anything else I've read about lately. Oh yeah, we watched Beetlejuice last night. That was good. We finally saw that. It finally came out for free.
Bro, I called it about 10 minutes in.
I know you did, and you ruined it.
Enjoy. I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
Uh-huh.
I consensus shift the ITCH. It's my natural gift. It's like my mom. She's like, I can tell who's guilty. That's why she's never asked to be on the jury duty. Because she tells them right away, I know who did it. And they're like, it's not that kind of case.
She's like, it doesn't matter.
I know.
She's like, I know.
I know what you did. And I was like,
So we got a strand of check glass here in that Picasso finish.
We were watching
more of the tile beads.
What show is it that we were watching? And it's like somebody's random dad is on this show for like 2 seconds. I like, he did it. And William's like, nah.
I never say nah, but.
And then it turned out.
I just kind of try and block it out of my brain that he said it, because then it ruins the climax and the reveal and everything.
It's how they act.
It's the whole episode. He gets on the first episode, and then I have to sit through 8 in the season and knowing that this is probably it, instead of being surprised at the end.
Well,
Andrew
Would
loves
you
to
really be
do it.
surprised?
Yes, because I don't
No.
know.
No. It's
I
the
like it
way
to
they
unfold
deliver.
for
It's the
me.
way they deliver the performance.
Andrew he loves to get, like, I don't even try to guess. Like, I just like to watch just watch how it unfolds.
Even in the shows like the ones where there is supposed to be, you're supposed to guess who
You want to
did
do
it.
this one for like 8, 6?
How many of the tiles are there?
$1, $2, $3, $4, $5.50, and then this.
So that'd be like $5 plus $5, $10, $8. There we go.
$8.
Well, some people are naturally consent.
I
Who
don't think
murderers
people are liking
are.
these tiles. A lot of these have not sold.
Well, throw it in the garbage.
Throw it
Step on
away.
it.
No one wants to make those earrings. I'll make them.
That'd be such a cute bracelet. Bro, just do a bracelet demo real quick.
Do a bracelet.
String it out.
No, we're 6 away from getting some pizza here.
Oh, maybe. With that kind of talk, I'm gonna do extra 20.
The excellent. We have
Be me
10
and
people
Lennis
watching.
And Anna
I know you, Anna, and Lennis are gonna hang out. I don't know who else
That
is. 10
sounds like a
people.
fun time to me.
Charlie says, "I'm like Andrew. I want to guess." Hello, Charlie. We summoned you a while back.
It's the Asian
Took
way.
you a while to get here.
It's the Asian way, isn't it?
The Asian way. I don't know. I don't want to be the white person saying it's the Asian way, but I know it's the Andrew way. It's definitely the Andrew way. Well, I haven't watched a show where he hasn't guessed in.
I try not to do it as much.
Do you?
I do. I hold back.
You're holding back.
I hold back.
I don't know.
You can enjoy the meal.
If this is holding back, I don't know.
Well, I will tell you how they did it and when they did it and what color shirt they probably wore.
So these are carved bone, right?
I probably would be good on a show, like a detective show.
This is a carved bone.
He's like,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these. Some are bigger. Who done it?
It'll be like Clue.
Charlie says, we give you the Asian pass to say the Asian way.
Oh, this one time only.
Charlie says, my hearing isn't so good. You missed the summoning, the turquoise summoning earlier.
I'll make some more turquoise for you, don't worry.
And then, VX24 just sold. Scissors. Thank you so much. VX25, if you could, here's scissors. You need some scissors?
So I'm going to cut something. I'm not using my teeth.
I thought you found your things.
How?
I don't know. They were right there.
In this quagmire.
They were right there, you said.
All right. In the cellophane.
So carved bone, and then these are vintage Czech little. These are cool. They're rounds, but they indent. They look like Smarties. Center drilled Smarties.
I would like some of that.
Oh, I love a Smartie. 14 millimeters on those, and then these beautiful pink pearls. 4 millimeter. These beautiful pink pearls. Look at those.
You're making everybody uncomfortable.
Why? Why?
With your sass against
my sass against you? Oh, people are laughing. I don't know. He says, I'm not laughing over here.
Who do you have to spend the rest of the night with?
Okay.
We can just go through.
So how much we want to charge on this one? Let's get serious for a second. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, so there are 10 bone beads. So that would be like $1 a bead. That's like $10.
People like, stop fighting, mommy and daddy.
I know. And then these are like 25 cents each, probably. So that's like $1, 2, 3, 4, $5 about there. So that's $15. And then this pearl strand is probably at least $14 or $15. So I'm going to say $29 to $30.
For which one?
For this one with these, and these.
Those are what?
I said $29 to $30.
Do it for 22.
22. 22. That's a really nice pearl strand. That's why. That pearl strand is magnificent.
I wonder how well you'll enjoy this shot tomorrow.
You mean the one you're going with me to?
Yeah.
Nah.
I got deadlines.
And VX25 has sold. Thank you so much. I think that one actually sold a long time ago.
Oh.
That was another one. Could have priced it at any amount.
I have these weird, they're like Mickey Mouse beads.
Mickey Mouse beads.
They're so weird.
Anybody want Mickey Mouse beads?
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
VX26. Ooh, this is a nice sparkly kit. Charlie, what are you up to tonight? What have you been up to? What are you doing? You cooking? What'd you cook for dinner? Norma says, I like a lot of these. My wallet's tapped out for now.
I know you said you have the car problems.
Yeah, you gotta... And you just took a trip.
Maybe your
Maybe your show will do great. I know part of it's for proceeds for the church.
Oh wow.
But you're gonna make some of that, right? Look at how sparkly these are. These big crystals again. I love these. I don't know what you all think, but
Yeah,
I
you
think
don't need a lot of those.
no, these are super pretty. Whether it's like a focal on a bracelet, that would be pretty. Whether it's a pendant, whether you use it in like a sun catcher, that would cast some rainbows. And so we said that's about 8. And then you have this is a $22 strand of our freshwater Baroque peacocks. Look at these. These have some good color to them. Look. Ooh. These are nice. Need to oil these up a little bit.
Oh.
I'm not going to put my face juices on them.
Did I ever tell you about that time I was in Tucson and I stopped at this roadside vendor and I was looking at this Native American jewelry and I saw and I'm not a germaphobe.
No.
But I do get weirded out about certain things. And
He can watch all the Dr. Pimple Popper he wants.
I know, but I don't actually like to touch people.
But touching people's other bodily fluids?
So that's not high on my list. And so I went and I wanted to look at this ring.
Look at
before
some of
he
those.
handed it to me, he took it and he wiped it on his nose to get greased up with his thing, and my hand just like froze.
Retracted. I was surprised it didn't like jump back a mile.
I know, and then and he was like, "Oh, this is how." He says it shows it to its best effect or something. It shows its best aspect or something. It sounded very technical, and I was like, "Oh, that's all right.
That's all right. Done now."
That's probably out of my budget anyway."
So these little crystals, these are about 4.5 millimeter, about 4.5 millimeter. So let's see, this was 22, this was 8, that's 30. And then this is at least, we were selling the crystals at a special deal at 7, but they're usually about 10. So that's like a $40 kit. What do we want to do on that, Andrew?
Huh?
How low do you want to go? This, and this. About $37 to $40.
28.
28.
And mostly that's a lot of freebies in that.
Well, this strand is already marked 22, so you can easily see that.
Yeah, that's a good deal.
So there you go. VX26, $28 only. 24 and 25 have sold. I don't know if I said that. Thank you so much.
What happened to the cutters?
You mean my scissors I just gave you? My one pair of scissors that I have left? Did you lose them too? He's losing everything over there.
I know. It is kind of like a...
You do have a lot of stuff. I brought back a lot. Oh, I see the scissors. They're still there.
I was just saying that to be hilarious.
Hilarious. Anna says Suncatcher would be so cool. I think so. Make the Suncatchers, everybody. Okay.
I want to see it.
Charlie says, I had leftover sea bass and green beans. I might go nibble on snacks soon, though. I should have gotten snacks. I got apples and bananas and oranges, but I didn't get cookies and cakes and chips.
My favorite.
I know. I wanted chips so bad, and somehow I left without any chips.
It's not too late.
It's not too late.
I need it.
Charlie says,
cheat day.
I've been embroidering handkerchiefs. That's
Where
fancy.
Where is that triangle? Is it up there?
No, you had it. Where's your tray? You don't have it in your tray?
I can't deal with this.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Snacks are important, says Charlie. Eat.
Correct.
We need to eat the real food first.
I want to eat both.
You want to eat the both.
Here's this.
Whoa. What is that? You want to do this? What is this?
That's just showing.
Oh, there's the Mickey Mouse. That is pretty cool.
Anybody want that?
What does it actually say? It says Disney imprinted on the back.
You don't want that?
This is a real Disney item. Copyright Copyright Disney.
Enjoy.
And it has the big hole down
Somebody
here.
Figure out the winner.
What is it?
You figure out how to get the winner.
First person to say Disney in the comments can have this lot. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 of them.
We're not selling it.
We're not selling it. This is not a lot.
Don't get after us for the copyright.
Well, and they are copyright. Look at them. So if anybody wants it, if you say Disney in the comments anywhere, first person we see can have them.
Should give that to Beth.
I know.
She used to work there. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know she used to work there.
At the Epcot.
Oh. These look like little Epcot ears. Anna says, wonder what they were made for. I don't know.
Probably some kind of child craft.
Right? They're probably worth tons of money.
Yeah.
Andrew never looks stuff up.
And they're just like, here, you gotta take it. Get out of my life.
Michelle had to leave at the beginning of the live. Says, sorry, I just got back. Hopefully all is well over there. Nobody wants them.
Wow.
My doctor said I can go home tomorrow, she said. That's good. That's good news.
You don't want that nostalgia of Florida?
Florida nostalgia.
I don't have a triangle. I can't complete my task.
You can't complete your task?
Are you sure I didn't give you anything? You're gonna look it up.
I am going to look these up.
$500.
I know. There they are right there. They look just like that. Let's see.
Oh, I found it. Don't worry about it.
12 beads for $8 on Etsy, and they are sold.
Wow.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're getting 9 of them for free. Oh no, wait. Somebody did. Vicky said it first. Vicky, they are yours. That's a good deal. That's a good deal.
Well, it's free.
Charlie says, I second that, Andrew, LOL. I often ruin my dinner.
Who's ruining nothing?
He's like, I'm not ruining it. I'm going to eat too.
Second making dinner up in here. I already did my skinny phase.
Did you? When I met you?
That was like Skeletor.
Skeletor phase.
I saw my some pictures of you found. I said, boy, I look like I need to eat some. But I used to eat a lot. And guess it's genetics, I guess.
Lennis says, I thought people with kids or grandkids would want them. That's nice.
That's kind of you.
Anna says, I want second dessert.
Let's do it.
Second dessert? We didn't get first dessert.
That caramel ice cream sounds good.
Oh, does it?
Maybe if people buy some more beads, we'll get it.
We sell enough kits tonight.
Then we'll treat ourselves.
We still have lots of the bead blends left.
Are you going to do a recap?
You told me not to.
Go ahead, do a recap.
He says, go ahead now. All right.
Filling bags.
Let's see. I had...
Now don't go spilling out everything.
Where's one? Where'd one go?
Because I'm not putting that back in the bag. Let me just
Because I'm not doing it again for you. There's one. Okay. VX1 was this mix, the blue. And we sold one of those. So there's, no, two of those. So there's two of these left. VX1. Beautiful blues. I'm not allowed to spill them out of the bag though for you.
No.
You gotta rewind.
You don't put it back in.
You gotta rewind for that. VX2, we I think sold out of 1, 2, 3. Yes, we sold out of VX2. VX3, we didn't sell any.
I don't know why.
Not a single one. Yeah, this is really pretty.
I filled that. Look at it.
I know, it's bulging.
Little gordito.
It's bulging. They're bulging. So these are the
little gordito.
It has gordito. It has the gold with the matte gold, with the opalite, with the pink, with the purple, with the blue, and you say all those colors and you say, how does that go together? But look how pretty it is.
I know, like a painting.
Like a painting. So there are 3 of those available, VX3, and we haven't sold any, so they're all 3 still available. Super pretty. If you missed us spilling them out so you can see them a little bit better, you can check the beginning of this video. Oh, just sold a VX3. Thank you so much.
Oh, somebody
likes it. Somebody really likes it. Okay. A VX4, we've sold 1 of these, but we have 5 of them total, so there's 4 still available. This is that minty green.
Those are antique.
The minty greens. Antique.
Those
check.
Fluted.
Yeah, little fluted babies.
I'm going to spill that all over everywhere.
And then it has the purples in there, the metallic purples and the deep purple with some of the extra metallic beads on there. Oh, we just sold another VX3. Thank you so much. Now we're down to only 1 of those available. This is the VX4. $10 for the bag of bursting beads. Look at them.
Bursting.
It's bursting.
That's going to sell it.
Right? Bursting beads. There's even some greens, some like metallic greens in there. That's a really pretty one. VX4. And then VX5, I have one still spilled out, is this one. We don't know how many of this we have, but we have multiples. We've sold only 1 of these so far as well. There's at least 3 of them available. Anna says, I got one, love that one, and see recaps work. I know, we're gonna recap all the time now. This is, on the screen it reminds me of like the old black and white cartoon, like it's hard to tell, but there's silvery bits in here, and a little bit of color with some of these Picasso finishes on some of these check glass drops, and it's flashy chrome silvery colored, like gunmetal.
Are you sure you're not getting dizzy from the heat?
You can turn the heat off.
I'm just checking.
Just checking on your well-being, he says. You can get these drops, these gray check glass drops. Beautiful VX5. VX5. And VX6. I don't think we sold this VX6. There's only one of these. This is an old Halloween kit. VX6, just one of these left. This is exactly the one you will get. And it has some of the moon glow in orange and the moon glow in the cylinders. It has these glass beads, these double drilled long. That'd be fun for a bracelet. Those would be really cool. And it has this. This reminds me like a citrus bead. I like that citrus look. It's a nice bright orange. And then you have this drop. And check out this. This is a double drilled bead too.
You know what? That reminds me of
What?
that orange medicine, cough medicine.
Oh, that's gonna sell it right there.
What's that one?
Like a NyQuil?
Is NyQuil not? NyQuil's not. NyQuil's green.
Oh, is it? Or Dayquil, I mean.
Dayquil.
Dayquil. Dayquil. And then this little muted bronzy, matte bronzy, and goldstone. Beautiful beads. I like these ones too. Just sold another VX1. Thank you so much. Is this S word?
Maybe. I can't see.
They would be vintage if they are.
I still can't see. Oh yeah, those are.
These are.
Oh no. Those are. Well, let me think about it. Maybe.
They don't. Maybe they're not. They don't look flashy enough.
It might be. It might be through that. We did a buyout at one point, or there might be a Preciosa. I have to think about it.
Anyway, that's VX6. One of those available. One of those available. All right. Do we have something ready?
Are you caught up?
I think so. Well, I guess wait. There's some kits. I didn't do I just did the mixes. Let me look at the kits. Did kit 7 sell? 7 sold, 8 sold, 9, 10, and 11 have not sold. So let's check those out. This is VX9. This is the Red Adventurine. The Red Adventurine triangles in the ombre color. Ombre effect. You have this vintage German button that Andrew had bezel set. These are from Ava originally, right? You said? The button, yep. And then had them bezel set. And then the Red Adventurine rounds as well. It's $22. Mostly, like this is 8. This is a $14 or $16 button, I think. So right there. And then 10. Ooh, 10 was one of my favorites. And it has not sold. It's one of the more expensive this evening. It might be the most expensive. With this, it's this strand of pearls. And then all of these beautiful vintage check or antique check glass rondelles or heishi, maybe heishi, faceted heishi, flat on top and bottom. And then this sterling silver pendant with a garnet and amber. That's VX10, $28. And then VX11 was all the Amazonite. Boy, that's a lot of Amazonite for $14, and no one bought that. surprising. So you get the Amazonite kind of simple cut nuggets, tumbled slightly. So you get a whole strand of that. You get the, I think these were 10 millimeter faceted rounds in Amazonite. Really pretty light, kind of that green blue Amazonite. And then you get this large Amazonite, 40 millimeters by about 30, 28. And that's only $14, VX11. And then, let's see, that was 14. No, that was 11. 12 and 13 have sold. So 14, 15, and 16 have not. 14, 15, and 16 are not sold. So this is 14. This is the Earthenwood charm set with the Hamsa check glass and the vintage check glass beads. $16, BX14. I'm just doing a recap, so I'm not going to measure everything again. If you want to see the measurements, you can rewind if you're on YouTube, or check the replay if you're on Facebook. And VX15, only $12. We did a good deal on this one. That's like what would cost you, probably more would cost you for this strand of pearls. These are these top drilled, kind of yellow, limey green button pearls. Flat on one side, rounded on the other, top drilled. I would not want to have to drill those. No way. But really pretty. And then you get these check glass tile beads. Retail for about 50 cents a bead. And that's VX15. And VX16 is this coppery one. Coppery pearls with the tile beads again, but in this beautiful deeper orange color. And then these fire polish check glass strand. VX16, only $12. And 15, 16. Let's see, 17, 18 sold, 19 and 20 have not. Oh my. This is 19. This is this beautiful pearl strand. I thought this one sold, but it didn't. The pearl strand. And then this slightly peachy glass. The other glass we had like this was clear. And then the Allegory Gallery Fine Pewter Leaf bead. So that is VX19. Let's see here. 18, 19, VX20. Only $14 for this sardonyx strand. Faceted rounds. with the lava strand, and then these beautiful mint chocolate chip kind of wild vintage glass beads. I love this shape. How many are you making? Going to 32 again tonight?
Don't worry about it.
He takes the opportunity from me doing a review to stock me up over here.
That's the point, right?
Pam says, what's the Amazonite number? That was 11. VX11 is the Amazonite. VX20. Let's see, 21 has sold. 22 has not. 23 has not. All right. So VX22 is this one. This is a simple one, but a beautiful one. Has these check glass tile beads in this green and brown with slight blue. And then these coppery pearls, just $12. Let's see here, 20. Trying to keep these in order. Don't have a lot of room. 2, 6. VX11 just sold. Thank you so much. VX23. Is this? See these tile beads? Just no one wants them.
Bless their little unloved hearts.
I know. So these check glass tile beads, and then this large pearl strand. That's 23, $14. 24 and 25 have sold. 26 has not sold. That was the last one we just did, which is it's one of the two most expensive ones of the night. So I see, but it is gorgeous. It's got these beautiful vintage peacock pearls. Look at the color in those pearls. Super pretty color. You get this large glass crystal strand. And then you get the small crystal strand and the faceted rondelles. VX26, $28. All right, moving on. Twenty-two, 23, 24, 25, 26. All right, VX27. We've got 4 of this red luxury bead blend. Andrew made a red one. Hopefully it's the right color red for Norma, if she's still watching.
Somebody else asked for it too.
Somebody else asked for it too. Red luxury bead blend. Boy, you packed these. These are like really bulging. They're stretching the plastic.
I didn't want to have all these leftovers, so I kind of... That's how my mom stuffed the carrots.
VX27, $10 each only. Beautiful red. A lot of large beads. Not a lot of seed beads in this one.
No seed beads.
No seed beads. All large check glass. Looks like some coral in there.
Lantern cut.
Lantern cut coral beads.
Vintage, of course.
Of course. Norma says that's the perfect red. Get in there on that.
It's not going to get there by the time you show, though.
No, we'll get there for the show.
Which is
in 2 days. Yeah. VX27, $10. 4 of them available.
Norma, don't forget to have a sign-up sheet.
Yeah, you got to start your email list if you're going to start selling. Right?
if you want to be added to my class, if you took a class with me before and you want to be added to my class
list,
let me know by emailing us at info@alagoragallery.com and William will add you. But I never kept track of that kind of stuff, and now I want to do that.
now you want it. 3 of these have sold so far. We've got one left. One left, everybody. VX27. One of these are left. Get it while the getting's good. These are really pretty. Okay. VX28. What did Andrew make us over here? Ooh. This is some white chalcedony rondelles. This is really pretty too. White chalcedony rondelles or heishi. Yeah, this is probably not it's a $28 strand. Gesundheit. Norma says, don't need them for the show, of course, but for future stuff. Oh, good. These are glowy. Look at these. Look at how they glow. That's that chalcedony. That inner glow I always talk about. I love chalcedony. And then this is this opal?
Peruvian opal.
Peruvian opal beads. These are beautiful Peruvian opal beads. Check those out. They even have some like dendritic, it looks like dendritic opal. VX28. What do we say on this, Andrew? That was 28. These are probably what, $2 or $3 a piece?
Those are probably $3 a piece.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 18 plus 28.
36.
No. 46. 46.
Well, let's do.
How good do you want to do?
All right. So do half.
So 23.
24.
$24. Just to remind you, this strand was 28.
And that's the last of them too. We sold the rest of it.
Mm-hmm. So $24. We just sold the last bag of the 27, the red. Thank you so much. Norma says, I'm not at all certain that I want to sell on a regular basis. We'll see. It's kind of more work than fun right now. But once you've got a stock built up, you could.
It depends if you like it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing is, if you enjoy selling, because some people really love sales.
Mm-hmm.
They're good at it. Some people, they're not good at it, but they still like it. You know.
Yeah, and you can always make a business page and post some things, and
or if you want, you can always make stuff and give it to somebody else to sell.
Yep. Or do an online store and put the stuff in there and keep an eye on it once in a while. If it sells, it sells. If not, or you can keep stuff for yourself. But if you don't keep names or keep an address, then
you won't have that option.
Yeah, like Andrew.
He's gonna use me as an example. But it's true. There's a lot of things, like I wish I documented my work better early on.
Yeah.
I wish that I had kept a better list. Back in the day, I used to give my list to other people, or I would have that list for other people, but I didn't keep one for myself. So all those people who were customers of mine became customers of the person that I was working for.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a missed opportunity.
Norma says, yeah, I've never loved sales. You never know until you get out there. Maybe you will. Maybe it'll hit you and you're selling your jewelry and you're like, yeah. I don't know. And then again, maybe not.
Kendra Scott.
All right. Charlie says, I bought a bulk bag of mini marshmallows that go in hot cocoa and I have no regrets.
I need that in my
I
life.
do love cocoa with marshmallows.
Have you ever had real marshmallows?
Not for a long time. I have had it, but it's
They're
very
different.
different.
The texture is almost like, I don't know how to, I don't want to say slimy because that's not appetizing.
No. Somebody just asked if we got their VX11. Yes, we did. We got your request. Said your email is wacky. We did. These beautiful big large glass beads come with these
Vintage check.
vintage check. I love these. They're textured. Let's see the texture on those. So you get those, and these are about 11.3 by 18.8. And then these horn beads.
A whole strand of it.
A whole strand of the horn beads. And these are approximately 6 millimeters by, ooh, they're long, about 49 millimeters. 49 millimeters. And I didn't give you the measurement on these. It's about 20 by 24. This is VX29. Let's see here. I'm going to say about 14 on that, plus about 8 on that, and $2 on that. So what is that? 23, 20, about $24. Let's do it for 14. $14. VX29. That's worth it for just this. Just that. VX29. What do I do with my bag? Now I'm losing things. Charlie says, yes, I enjoy making marshmallows, but it's a lot of sugar. I've never made them. I've never made them myself. I've eaten them. Definitely different than the store-bought marshmallows, right? You've never had real marshmallow? Okay. Ooh, excuse me. VX30. It looks like Andrew's taking us to 35 today. 35, everybody. Ooh, I love these. I made some earrings out of these. I put a small carnelian round with these, and I sold a pair of these earrings at our Handmade Arcade event this past weekend. And I made those earrings out of these, a round carnelian, small, I think 6 millimeter or 4 millimeter round, and I think I sold them for $22. So you get those. You get this vintage check glass. These are hexagon tube, kind of star shaped. They're indented on the edges. And then you get this strand of beautiful vintage freshwater pearls. And that was 6. That would be about 12 to 14. Let's just say 12 to keep it short. So 18 plus that is like 20. That's like what I sold the earrings for. Let's do it for 14. $14. VX30. We still got people hanging out with us. Have you ever made your own marshmallows, Andrew? Charlie enjoys making them, says, but it's a lot of sugar.
I've made it, but I don't think that's not my little one. I use that root and squeeze that out with the gelatin.
Use what?
It's like a root.
Marshmallow root? All right. Did you get that oven started?
Correct.
He's ready.
Correct.
He made me 35 lots there tonight. Ooh, look at these. I love these. These little like lantern check glass.
How many lots are there?
35. We're on 31. These beautiful kind of emerald green with the gold on top and bottom. And then you get the agate ovals. And these are about 8 millimeters by 11 and a half. Get this strand. Remember, there's only one of each of these kits, so what you see in the kit is exactly what you're going to get. Oh, we just sold VX30. Thank you so much. Somebody liked the idea maybe of my earrings that I made. And then you're getting these hand-carved carnelian beads with like the fern design on them, or a palm. Beautiful. And this one, 12. These are probably 8. That's 20. I don't know what these. Do you remember what these were marked originally?
$6 each.
6 each. 6, 12, 18. So that's $38. 38. Let's do
half.
Yeah, which is 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, right? Did I do that right?
Maybe do it even 20.
$20. $20. VX31. Oh, I didn't measure these. Let me measure these for you. These are about 6 millimeter by about 6 millimeter. Yeah, these are really nice. $6 a bead. That's a good deal. I'm paying pretty much for those. And then the other strands are free. VX32. Ooh, Cinnabar. I haven't seen Cinnabar in a while. Cinnabar, hand-carved Cinnabar. Rounds. Those are really pretty. These are large, about 15.5 millimeters. And you get a whole strand of those. Then this is bronzite. Beautiful bronzite. Lots of good color. This is vintage bronzite beads. These are vintage bronzite beads. Trying to get the light. There we go. You can see how pretty those are. Got some really good color in those. And then this is chrysoprase.
Of course.
Of course. Chrysoprase rounds. Boy, he made this one nice. These last ones are nice. 6 millimeters. How much for this one? I don't know what is. What would you charge for that? The cinnabar? Because I haven't seen cinnabar in a while, especially hand carved.
I would say maybe 28 for this kit.
28 for the kit?
It is a little bit more spendy than some of the other kits tonight, but that strand of chrysoprase is particularly nice. It's not a full strand,
No,
but
it's a shorty, but it's super nice.
Dang good.
Mm-hmm. Well, 28 I think is our max tonight. That's where we've been, so that doesn't go above anything else. So that's VX32. That's a really nice color combination. I like that chrysoprase with the cinnabar and the bronzite. I like that color palette. Look how good that looks together. VX33. Oh, I made some earrings out of these too. I love them. It'll be okay if this one doesn't sell because I love these beads. Oh, 32 just sold. Thank you so much. These, I made earrings out of these. I love these beads. I don't know what kind of shape or they're supposed to be.
I don't know, but they're pretty cool.
They are super cool, and I made one pair of earrings. I was going to make them all into earrings, but I just ran out of time that day. So they got put into this kit now. I just think they're a super cool shape. And then there are these yellow twisted kind of wonky ones too. Like, look how cool those are. And then you get the black, probably onyx. This looks like onyx. Yeah, I think that's a black onyx. And those are faceted squares, or puffy faceted squares. They're about 8 millimeters, 8.5 millimeters. These ones, let's see, where are this is actually the top and bottom. So these are about 17 by about 13.5. How much you want to put on this kit, Andrew?
I don't know.
That would be, I do for the onyx probably 18. These maybe $2 each at least. 2, 4, 6, 8. So what's that, 26? And then these, about $1.50 each. About 35 or so. So let's do it at maybe 36, somewhere in there. So let's do it at, let's do that at 20. VX33, 20 bucks. That's a good deal because you may pair earrings, these funky earrings, and sell them for 20 bucks. They're just so cool. VX33. Oop. Oh, drop that one. All right, we've got 2 more to go. And then we're done, everybody, for the night. VX34. Andrew filled up the table. Ooh, these are nice. So these look like a dyed jade, I'm going to say. Oh, it looks like we ended on Instagram. We went too long. We ended on Instagram. So sorry out there if you were on Instagram. We hit the 4-hour mark, which is crazy. 4 hours doing 35 lots. This is either dyed jade or dyed quartz. I think it's a dyed jade. And it's purple dyed jade. It's on this long strand. So you got that, and then you get this beautiful, I'm going to say glass bead. Check that out. And so these ones, these are 8mm faceted rounds. This is about 14.7 millimeters. And then this is beautiful. These are beautiful apatite beads. Very nice. Beautifully deep blue apatite. And I have a hair on my finger. There we go. And so these are probably $2 to $3 a bead when we did them individually. This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. This is probably about a $12 strand. It's 24. And then I don't know what to price this, but I'm going to go at $6 because that's really nice glass. $30. Let's do this at, let's do it at 14. Let's give you a real good deal. See if anyone likes that one. I like this color combination too. It's those kind of blues and purples. That would go nice probably with this bead blend we made. Forget what number this bead blend is if we have any of it left. This is VX3. Did we sell all the VX3? I think we did. Ooh, no, maybe we have one left. We do. We have one of the VX3s left. So I think that would go really nice with this. VX34, $14. And let's get this packed up and we'll go on over to the last lot, VX35. How y'all doing? Thank you for hanging out. If you're still hanging out, we appreciate it so much. We know it's been a long one, but it's nice to hang out with y'all. It's nice to hang out with you all. Oh, these are fun. So these are Amazonite leaf, hand-carved leaf beads. So Andrew put a bunch of them in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. He's doing a lot of odd numbers tonight. 13 Amazonite hand-carved leaf beads. And you get this large chunk of turquoise. It's about 22 millimeters by 25 and a half. And then these wonderful vintage check glass beads. And these are approximately 6 millimeters by 8. And let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Boy, these, there are 13 of these, and they are probably at least $2 a bead. So that's like $26. This would probably be about $8. What's that, 34? And then that would be at least 6 to 8. So 40 to 42. Let's do that at 20.
What?
What?
Alright, go ahead.
20. You need.
If nobody gets that, then that's I'm gonna get it.
He's like, I'm gonna get it. VX30. He left me here to price on my own, so that's, you get the good prices then.
I had to run down and check that the house is on fire.
Don't let the house go on fire. VX35, $20 only. Andrew's keeping this one if I don't sell it at that. All right. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you have any questions, send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. I'm going to work and start invoicing all y'all that grabbed some stuff tonight. And we just sold 35. Thank you so much. Someone got an awesome deal on that one. Let me say a quick goodbye. Hello. And it says, love that one. Ooh, my hair is all crazy from looking down. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us tonight. It's been 4 hours. Instagram shut itself down after 4 hour mark. So
I
we
got shut down after 4 hours.
Andrew certainly got shut down. Says pizza time for you all. Yes, it is. It's 11:30 here. It is time to eat. Well, we went for 4 hours. So we talked for like 2 hours at the beginning. It is weird to do 4 hours at 35 lots. But anyway, these are just getting longer and longer. So it's like marathon sessions. But thank you all that hung in there. Tonight was supposed to be an easy, short, quick, in and out night, and it was not. But so anyway, I've had fun. I hope you've had fun. Thank you for hanging out with us. We'll see about the Total Request Live tomorrow. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Andrew's already saying no. He's like, I have no energy right now.
I have a deadline.
He's got deadlines, can't do it. Pam says that was a fast 4 hours. It was. I don't know where the time went. Really, because that did not feel like 4 hours. And normally for me, like I get to 2 hours, 2.5, I'm like, but for me, this time flew. So thank you so much for hanging out. And we'll see you back here. I'll be at the store tomorrow. So if you're in Johnstown, come visit me. And if you're not, then we'll see you back here around 7:30. Sometimes we run a little late on Fridays because it takes me a while to get back and all that. But we'll see you around 7:30 tomorrow night here on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Have a great one, everyone. Good night.
See ya.